One person, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Put him right in front of that chair there.
This chair?
Yeah, well, just trying to make sure you can get in. Yeah. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for adjusting the time and being here. Yeah, I hope I can get there. At any rate,
When you remember to speak up to the owl.
okay, well, maybe I could stand closer to the
That
owl.
works too.
Yeah, hi, owl. We are online. So, and the owl will try to turn to catch whoever has anything to say. So, today's meeting, early in the meeting, we're gonna have an opportunity for everyone to weigh in on every recommendation, to see how much support you have for those recommendations. And then we'll take a look at the results of that exercise. I'm hoping there's a few that we can all agree on. Those that it looks like, whoa, it's gonna be really tough to get there. We'll put to the side for a while and we'll deal with those in the middle that need a little bit of tweaking. And if we have time, we'll get to the stuff that's gonna be harder, but we'll get as far as we can today in terms of reaching agreement. Then towards the end of the day, we'll try for consensus. If we fail, then we'll talk about it and we'll try again. So that coincide with what your expectations are for the meeting? Good. Oh, you can show the slides. Sorry about that. We're on, I just did number 2. Wait for people to catch up with where we are. Those are what we're trying to accomplish today together. So the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit longer today about this slide and our ground rules. It's really important for you all to kind of embrace listening to each other with empathy today. Somebody may believe something quite differently from you, but if you listen to why they believe what they believe, their story will come into your heart. And I want you to think about trying to own everything in the room. So how can I bring forward not just what I believe, but in a way that respects what I've heard from my colleagues. We've all made a really big time commitment to be here. I put a lot of time and energy in. So I want you to realize today you're not thinking about your own perspective necessarily. What we're looking for is what you, not me, you as a group can agree to. So it's really important to understand the diversity of perspectives in the room are here on purpose. Because that's the reality that Idaho Fish and Game lives with. Not everybody in the state of Idaho believes the same about these issues. So that diversity of perspective is part of your responsibility as a member of this group. Understand that not everybody thinks exactly like I do. It's hard right now in society. We've kind of gotten lost from thinking that way, but it's really important to come up with solutions that can be implemented. Because the commission at the end of the day is going to try to come up with something that can in fact be implemented. And so they need you to be informed by that diversity of perspectives. That means listening to each other respectfully and engaging respectfully. And I'm not accusing anybody of being disrespectful, but it may get tough today. So I want you to really lean in on trying to understand where other people are coming from and try to find solutions that work for both of you, if it's just 2 of you. So consensus, again, I think I have it on the next slide.
You do not.
I do not. Okay. I'll deal with it when I come to it then. At any rate, I will tell you right now that consensus is defined as everyone understands and will support. And so that you need to really think about, it's not supporting each piece necessarily, but supporting the idea that we work together and this is what we came up with. And I was a part of that process. And I think it's the best results we could possibly come to. So that's what we're really aiming for. Okay, I think next we're going to go around the room. Is that like what I've got next?
Yeah, but it's, there you go.
Okay. So this is just a quick introduction to the room of everyone that's present. Sort of how you're walking in today. How are you feeling today? We don't have to go in order, but it helps me if we do, because then I will realize that we've forgotten so many, so.
We'll start over here.
Oh, boy, yay.
I'm feeling very good about the work we've done. I'm optimistic that we will have good recommendations moving forward to the commission.
And your name is?
Oh, Jason Carr. sorry.
Thank you, sorry about that. Because some of us can see your name, but others can't, so, thanks, Jason.
Jeremiah here, kind of confident we're gonna come to some good agreements today. A little nervous at the same time.
Yeah, Bryce Oldmeyer, feel similar to the last couple comments, just optimistic that, yeah, we'll be able to come up with some good recommendations.
Good.
Larry Hatter here, really optimistic. I think we're gonna come together today, for the state of Idaho. May have made a statement in the last meeting, in the heat of the moment about possibly some voting stuff, but that was just in the heat of the moment, so don't take it seriously, guys. Also, I wanted to mention a comment I made about Commissioner in Grangeville. I wanted to let you guys know that his statement made about some units being in trouble up there was made at a public meeting and was unprompted. He basically was just expressing some optimism that the group could come up with some innovative ideas to help out with the subject. But I think we're gonna have a great day, and I'm looking forward to both on some great packages here.
I heard from Larry immediately after the meeting, so he's not just saying that today. And passion is important, right? So we don't have to come to you guys next if you're not ready.
I'll go, Dylan Halverson, optimistic.
Oh, nice, okay.
Kimberly Johnson, cautiously.
I was remembering, I was
Remember to
remembering,
speak up for the owl.
Cautiously optimistic.
ooh, good.
Rob Thornberry, optimistic.
That board, optimistic.
You can go bullet beyond one word, guys.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're gonna need it.
Yes.
okay.
Ken Crane, yeah, I feel optimistic. We've done a lot of good work. I think we're pretty close to having some good recommendations.
Nicole Swanson, I'm also optimistic.
Tal Sampson, and I'm optimistic, and Larry, I've been to 3 fishing game meetings just in the last month and a half. That little spat you did was nothing.
No.
I'm glad there wasn't bricks there, because the fishing game has had, you know, give them a lot of credit for listening to the public, because obviously we've been together for a long time and we'll work good together, but man, people are passionate about that, and there's a great diversity of ideas, so
Yes.
anyway.
Thank
So I'm
you.
optimistic.
Great.
Chelsea, and I missed last meeting, I was sick, so I'm a little overwhelmed.
You'll catch up.
I missed a spicy one.
Alex Martin, I feel like we've got a lot of good recommendations, maybe a little polishing, but I think we're gonna get that done today. I'm pretty confident we're not just wasting our time here.
Oh, we hope not.
Hallie Hemingway, and I'll just say I'm really proud of what we've already done so far. I think we've had some really great discussions and just kind of got to know each other, and so that's been fun and
Tim Frost, honestly, right now, I'm just thankful to be a part of the process, thankful that people are participating and kind of giving their all in their perspective, and I think we'll get to a good conclusion, and I'm also thankful we're not gonna have another 3 hours in, so.
We do, by the way, the 4 people that are not here are online, so we'll give them a chance to talk in a minute.
Nate Guy, I wrote some things down, so this has been highly educational and informative experience, rich with data, and it's been a well-rounded process, and so I'm excited to see what it comes today.
Right.
Hey, good morning, Jeff Shin. I feel pretty good about what we've done so far and kind of excited about today, and I'm really curious to see how the consensus.
Okay.
Jeff Schultz, I feel like we're in a good place right now. And I think the recommendations that we've come up with are necessary and positive and will benefit all of us and fishing game and the whole process. It's time well spent.
Nice, okay. So,
Wanna go online?
yes, I do.
We'll start with Dustin.
So, I'm not muted. First off, I gotta say I'm bummed that I'm not able to join you guys down there. I'm stuck here in my office doing this via Zoom. But as for the group itself, I'm a little bit trepidatious. I think ultimately we're gonna come up with some really, really great ideas, and I think they're gonna be fairly balanced for most of the state of Idaho. Um, it'll just it'll be interesting to see how it all gets hashed out today. I'm interested to see how the group dynamic goes.
Trepidatious is a big word. I'm like, no, what does it mean?
That's the source study last night.
That's a good word, it's a good word.
Thank you, Dustin.
Jason Top.
Yeah, sorry I'm not there today. Can you hear me on there?
Heather.
You say you can hear me?
Ken.
Okay. Sorry I'm not there today. We've got an active landslide up here that I'm dealing with in Bonner County. So as the director, I couldn't just up and leave while we have that going on right now. So I'm looking forward to wrapping this up and honestly being done with this. It's been a lot of work and I think we've all done a lot of good work and it'll be nice to be done with it.
Thank you.
Doug.
Yeah, same sentiments as have been expressed by a lot of people so far. I wish I could be there. I'm also stuck in my office, which I am a lot this time of year. But yeah, I'm just interested to see how today goes and get people's final opinion on a few of these things. So just interested to see what we can come up with today.
And last, Derek.
Hopefully you can hear me. Looking forward to finishing up. And yeah, sorry for being gone, but this is what it is. I'll make the best of it. It's been awesome to work with everybody.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything?
Just again, thank everyone for their time and their commitment to this topic. It's not lost on the department that you're taking time out of your personal lives to be here and engage in this this topic that's not easy. And just very much appreciate your willingness to participate, your active participation. And the commission is very excited to see what comes of it. So thank you.
Toby or Greg? Anything?
It's been an interesting process and, obviously, I think this is the first time I've ever been around a group of this magnitude. I mean, usually groups are smaller and I think, the conversations that I've heard and seen, have been pretty positive and, I think we all come from different backgrounds and different levels of experience and, what grips our trigger and really. And I think that, yeah, it's kind of a neat process and I'm glad that, I'm glad to have been a part of it.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate everybody's candor, honesty, and the feel that I have about wanting to reach consensus. I really feel that, so I appreciate everybody committing.
Great. Can you remind me what slide's next? Oh,
Yeah, quick summary. So the public feedback form was shut off shortly after we pulled this last summation, just because any additional comments that would have come in, we would not have been able to incorporate them into the summary before you made your final recommendations. And so it would be disingenuous to members of the public for them to be able to comment, but then those comments not to reach you all. So at the end of the public comment feedback, we had 267 commenters, unique commenters. Again, anyone that submitted multiple comments were combined into one, blank ones were deleted. 257 of those comments were from residents, 10 were from out of state. You can see that list up there. And essentially this is what it looks like at the end of it. again, this is our public feedback form. This is not a representative sample of Idaho public. This is a sample of those who decided to participate in the process and wanted to express their opinion. So this is essentially a visual representation of the comments that were received. Each of you are receiving currently, and I will also email this out to those right now that are online. A piece of paper that has not only this graph, which is a summation of the public feedback comments, but also this graph, which is the graph from the survey, which is a representative sample of the Idaho big game hunting public. So while it's not an apples to apples comparison, just because the groupings are a little bit different, you can kind of see where the public feedback form comments align or don't align with the survey. So it
Which
just,
is why she put it on the same piece of paper.
correct.
You got a presentation, if they meet in the middle, that's the same thing there. You got a presentation on the results of the survey at the January 4th meeting.
Correct.
So this isn't the first time, but we just wanted to share both of them with you.
Right, so that way you can just kind of compare on the same paper where those comments are or are not aligning between the two different public engagement pieces.
Remember who sent this? Are you done?
I am done, and that was sent over by Dylan.
Dylan, okay. So I'm also gonna pass out something that Dylan got. Someone sent it to him and it was after the close
Correct.
of the comment. So, just, yes, sir.
Real quick, Ellery,
Yes.
on the top graph, is that was the survey, right?
Correct, the top graph is the survey.
Was that like 2,600 people responded
Yeah,
about that,
roughly.
right?
Good memory.
And then about 200.
Correct.
But the big difference is that the survey was a scientific sample. Right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Right, yeah.
And again, to our members online, I will send you that right now. I meant to send it before the meeting, but got caught up with tech issues, so apologies.
Well, they're gonna have not much to do in the next week anyway, so at any rate, okay. Now, okay, oh, well, so I got out of order. Any questions about what we're trying to do by the end of the day? Okay. Good, I'll probably have to say it all again. When we're getting to the top of it. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna use. Oh, I forgot, we were asked to remind you of your sideboards. So this is what you as a group of people was asked to do. I did not include this in the preamble, but it probably should be included in the draft preamble. So this is what you were tasked with doing by Fish and Game. Good idea. So this was, talked about, was it November 2nd? Is that our first meeting?
I believe so.
Yeah, so, so the sideboards are, the recommendations must be within the authority of the commission, so don't go beyond what the commission has the authority to do anyway. Recommendations must be enforceable. The scope of work will be limited to deer, elk, pronghorn, moose, mountain goat, and bighorn sheep. You understand that you don't have the final decision authority, it's the commission that has the final authority on making the decisions. And that recommendations must align with management objectives in the identified in the species management plan, so. Probably nothing here that feels undoable, right? Be a problem if we decided right now you don't like these. It's a little late to figure that out, but any questions about the sideboards? Yeah,
Not about sideboards. This letter is what again?
it was just someone sent to Bryce, is that what you said?
To Dylan.
Dylan,
A member of the public reached out to me as a member of the group and wanted their letter passed on. So I forwarded it to Wendy and Ellery.
Yeah, and after we shared because the submission form had been closed, so that was not included in the summary. But he asked that we share it, so we are sharing it.
It's in an anonymous letter to the public.
what's that?
It's a letter from the public, correct? It's a comment letter essentially.
It basically would be one line in your spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was sent after the, what's it called? The comment form was shut down.
Correct.
Okay, All right, now, moving on. We're gonna do an exercise, and it is over here. And what this exercise entails, every one of those little stands is a piece of the recommendations that we've been talking about. So there's one for each piece. There are little blue this. And what I want you to do is look at that piece and decide whether you can support it or not. And the choices are strong agreement, agreement, neutral, disagreement, strong disagreement, or not sure. So I'm gonna trust you, only vote once per, okay? So don't put a whole bunch of them in where you want. But so take a disc and decide where you fit, how much support you have for that particular one. And then put your initials on there's a column on there that says sign. So I can tell if everyone's done all of them or not. So if you forget, I'm gonna try to find you and try to get you on there. 2 people, I invited you to submit additional recommendations, and 2 people took us up on that. So Larry Hatter and Bryce Oldemeyer sent draft recommendations. You haven't seen them yet. Okay. There's a lot of interest around long range hunting. And I want you to look at what's on that piece of paper. Not compare it to the others, but just, can I support this one or not? Okay. If you cannot support it, then I'm also asking you to write on the piece of paper that says changes, what changes you would need to see in that particular piece of draft recommendation for you to be able to support it. Yeah.
Is that up there too? Okay.
Is that
called out as being one of the additional comments or one of the 2 that was sent in later?
No, all of them, you have that opportunity, every one of the recommendations, if there's,
Right.
yeah.
Oh,
So you don't have to comment on all of them. But if there's something in particular, if you need to see a change, please do that. So the 4 people who are offline had the opportunity to do this using SurveyMonkey. So I have pre-recorded their responses. So they are already on there. And so they can kind of take a half an hour break. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add about the one that I put forth.
Okay,
So
yeah,
there's a little bit of context around it. So, as I said in the email previously that I sent to everyone, the one recommendation that talks specifically about long-range shooting regulations, because we don't necessarily have specific long-range shooting regulations, it's a little bit of a wonky recommendation. So I offered up an alternative. That is not me advocating for an alternative. That is me trying to reach the same end, but in a way that makes sense of what we currently do and don't have on the books. In that, you will notice the word novel. The word novel in there, the way that I interpret it, the way that when I spoke to Chief Putin about it, that is specifically related to any new regulations. That's not specific to things that are already on the books. So that's where we try to make the tie between the original recommendation about maintaining what is currently allowed and in place, and try and incorporate that into language that would work with what we currently do and don't have on the books. So again, not advocating for one way or another, just trying to offer an alternative that works better with what we have in regulations.
But you're not voting between the 2
Correct.
options. Right now, you're just saying, I could live with this, I couldn't live with this.
Correct.
Okay,
I appreciated that, Ellery.
Yeah.
That was a little more clear, so.
so there's 2 that have something you need to read. And so one is the preamble and one is Bryce's proposed recommendation. So you need to read those. The rest of them are on the sheet. Take your time. I would really prefer that we not engage in a lot of conversation during this round, because I really want to know what each of you think independently. So it's going to take a little while to get everybody through, which is one of the reasons I went ahead and passed out that piece of paper, so it gives you something to do while you're waiting. Any questions about what we're doing? Yeah.
Wendy, can I get a little bit of like what you want from the scale, and I'll like give an example. I think we've read the recommendations quite a few times at this point, so we know kind of whether or not we support the broader proposal. If there's a scenario where we could get to consensus with that language, we generally support it, but maybe we want to tweak in that language. How do you want us to rate that on a scale? Is that like support with a comment connected to it?
There's an opportunity in the middle of the sheet. The sheet, what they have is they have the recommendation at the top and then an opportunity to comment. Then over here is where you sign your initial, put your initials that you've weighed in on this one. The second piece of paper is changes I have to see for me to be able to support this, okay? So comments can go right here. I have to see this change for me to be able to support this one, goes on the side.
So you're making a distinction between the comment could be, I could support this as is, but I would like to see this change versus this has to change before I support it.
And just, preview of coming attractions. When we figure out which ones we're gonna try to work on today, you're gonna have the benefit of those sheets. So you may not end up in the same group as you've shared your thoughts on, because there might be something else that's even more important to you. But so put something in writing so that people will know what your thoughts are about that. But you don't have to comment. If you're like on board, that's great. And if you really cannot, there's no way you can support it, but there's no way I can support this. And you'll see all of the above already over there from your 4 colleagues. Derek has a really interesting comment on one of them. I shouldn't have said that, but it's really interesting. You'll find it, because it's written down over there. I wrote all their comments on for them.
Bryce and Larry's are over there as well.
Yes, yes. Everything that I'm aware of that is under consideration is there.
Are those noted, those are the 2 new ones that we can see and take more time on, or?
Yeah, theirs is short, Bryce's is long. So you'll need to slow down when you get to Bryce's and read it, because you haven't seen it before. These guys have seen it, but you guys haven't seen it. So any questions about what we're doing? Vote only once, try to avoid talking, be very thoughtful about this exercise. We're just trying to see where there's agreement in the room. Okay, so I'm guessing half an hour, but I could be wrong, but we have to do this before we can move on. So I want everybody to have time to do it. Okay. You can start anywhere. You don't have to go in order. Just make sure you weigh in on all of them.
Yeah, we're marketing today.
Good, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm prepared without a pen.
There's pens over there. Maybe this won't make sense. This will be interesting. I don't know how long this is gonna take. But you sure it does.
Oh, there it is. Oh. Get us.
Where's?
No, I appreciate it, yeah, it's.
Oh, he is. Not here.
I think there's a, empty seat.
He's all right.
Yeah.
We didn't know it was coming.
Texted, we can reach out.
Do you have his number?
It's not on your contact sheet.
No, but I probably have it. I can pull it up. Want to, no, I can do it without you.
At least then you'll know.
I know.
He might show us. 11? Yeah, yeah. That's
Great.
Yeah, I think.
So don't feel like you have to go in order. If there's empty ones, feel free to jump ahead to the empty ones.
Yeah, yeah. Man, usually like, I don't even know it's like.
So he has one. Oh, no, someone else has. Yeah, it's fine.
I'm not planning on that. But then we just have to. Yeah. You don't have to want what you decide what you want.
Yeah, and that's, build it up after that. Yeah.
And I have some ideas.
And they generate, they give a lot.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, somewhere you don't block everybody.
Yeah.
Hearing from. Really land out there, see a lot here in the center, there's. I'm hearing 90%.
Yeah. That's what keep that. Big time. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're fine. That's new.
Backing and it's built on.
Well, that's. Backing new.
Just saying.
And the gate is kind of big. It's just, you gotta take it off to get the.
Yeah, that's all people can, but.
Walk by that.
Oh, right.
Oh, it's actually,
Yeah.
Real sure. That's a good song. Good song. This was just pretty much the same. They're not available on the radio.
No.
It's on that.
You recognizing long-range shooting is. In my opinion, not going away, but there's.
So you have your grades right, you did,
Either have more short range opportunities and while still maintaining long. So this is my approach of finding a somewhat of a middle ground. There's really no recommendation outside of like consider And also addressing, like, we discussed earlier. That's essentially what.
Okay, yeah. I'll try that, I know what I'm going here. But I like that.
Yeah, so again, it's just sort of, I hope it's, it's not a formal, like, yeah. Acknowledging that saying like. He's going to try to go to the teams. Again, this is.
So the survey and then the land.
What's in the same email?
So like these last two were like the recommendations.
Should I?
This is like. Oh.
So yes. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are just, again, recommendations. Where I think the outreach and education really just stating that you can't change it, we're gonna check the bag type scenario. Adjust the behavior structure was again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a wildlife management objective, the harvest and maintaining opportunities, consider moving forward by.
Challenge.
We're going to have one reach harvest and hire, consider changing some of those tags or multiple archery
And
opportunities, so there's more, so essentially the.
I get that.
It's like already sort of.
Thank you. It was.
Work life, it's just not saying do it.
And, between a few things, but.
Yes.
All that is.
Yeah.
Way
That's not saying no, but it's just, hey, you know.
Consider these. Yeah.
So
And I think
even though the region work with the 76 should. Research thing or experiment. It's gonna be on. Even though. Kind of putting it back in. Both. And. Going forward.
Yes, sir.
Can I read something with a caveat though?
Yes, that's what Wendy was saying.
Okay, so do I just write it on there?
Write it in the comments.
Okay, but there was a comment that was already kind of there.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I just said,
Okay, did Jason?
I think.
No, Kevin.
No, it was, oh yeah, sorry, Kevin Rogers. Yep, sorry. Sorry.
That's all right.
So. The one. Is that.
Oh, she's the one that has the word now. I don't know.
Helen,
Yes, sir.
so does novel mean that basically, the way I read that is it's fishing game camp and then only.
So with novel regulations, so the way I read that and Wayne talking with Luke, the way that we interpret that as saying it's additional things. So like you could change any weapons to a muzzle loader or a short range.
Right.
But if then, but you're saying that. So those would be accepted because those are already on the books or traditional archery or what have you, but anything new on the books to try and limit someone's ability to shoot long range, like. Again, not advocating, but saying, for example, range finders can only go out there 4 times. That would be a new regulation.
And you can't do that.
And correct. That's.
I think I'm gonna vote twice on this. think I voted wrong. So if I think I did, I'm one.
Okay. Know what you would say. So.
I don't know, we have two different fronts and the lines.
Oh, the elevator. Okay.
Yeah.
From. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you'll have one extra vote in that? Or do you just wanna do that?
I don't care. If you do put another. It's not just one way or the other.
You tell me, you're the one.
Actually, go ahead and put it in. And I'll take
Well, that's the risk.
it.
You have to have time.
No, and if this is actually. Just process. It's. It's a learn. It's not you're wrong, you good at it. Do it great. You don't become a great biologist after your first class, right?
Oh.
Okay.
I'm just talking about the street, right? Like the Southeast group was all meal. There wasn't. He doesn't. He's. This group of people. And the chart was a little bit higher.
Are you still talking about? Are you talking about Florida?
No, I was talking about this group and the relationship with those groups because. Yeah, the chart says. Make sure we do some part about that. So that's 30,000 feet where.
Oh, yeah.
Those groups were given the 6 feet on.
Yeah.
Eye level. Charge.
So they.
Sorry. 7 everyone. And
He's got really.
the commissioners also were the group worked so hard. And I just think that it's that job. That's good. At all.
Yeah, it's on. Wednesdays that time.
So Tuesdays are the one.
Oh. I don't, I work with you, and I don't know. She was on. I think once we're putting in the results.
Oh, you're fine, thank you.
Ellery, are you? Yes, that's what I know.
It's Tuesday.
Tuesday is the in-depth review of everything that happens.
Yeah.
And then Wednesday
Wednesday.
is the correct.
Yes. So I'm looking for 18. 18.
Yeah.
Receive the link. Decide what to do.
Yeah, Wendy's did it again.
Was the link in Wendy's email? Yeah.
And it's the same one, and it's on the website.
He doesn't jump on.
Did you make it all the way around?
Yeah, I just double checked everyone.
Good.
You said call.
It's long, you have to read that.
Did you see the preamble?
What?
Well,
We go.
Yep.
It's what we don't do. Did you get, there was information, yeah. I'm
I'm sure you will read it, like, always, they're on there.
Yeah, maybe. It's like, give us over there. You know.
I think you sound really house, but then it sounds like cow. Oh. There's coffee in here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got distracted, but we don't get another pop of their.
Oh.
It's like a wrinkle in the yard that you wish you were there. Why is it this way?
Yeah.
They have it every, well, I'm. So I don't, so it might be the back one.
Yeah.
Which is good. So I mean, the thing is, right there, is that. Expensive to get files that I purchased now. Over to. So $50 for $50 for 50 pages. But you know, I don't know how they shot. But let's shock you. But you left the. I did, yeah. The other thing is. We can also, sure. No, his ones were.
Yeah.
So if you like those. You can opt in. So you want to call it. So the three bullets that I would recommend is like this two on the switch for on the wall. I can send it.
Yep.
It's right here, you got it.
Ready for the legislation? Right. That's a long one.
So essentially for you.
That's his.
Sky limits power, bonus, sales, go, yes. Yeah, so it's also like. And short range, that's like. Oh, yeah, sure.
You shoot it once, blow for a grand.
Yeah, it's definitely not, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it does say 300 grand.
It's more the general recommendation, so it is. So kind of the education is on this question. So, yeah, so this. Consider having longer. It increases our. Yes, which I don't see.
Came home.
Yeah. It's just saying like.
No, it turned out.
But this acknowledges that we talked about it and recommend that you consider potentially moving to. Where we just multi-motor cartridge, lower, but you can have one.
Oh. Yeah, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, so it's just one of those things. And it's not specific.
I had one.
Where it's like, trying to make sure that mission actually works. We just. And. Don't change anything. Could have been some. Keeping opportunities are still.
Not with as much familiarity.
Yeah.
Make it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That's one way where it be.
No, make
That's exactly, yeah. So it's just yeah, we don't, so it's a vision, but just us directly. One way to do that would be moving from static. So you still have one. Oh, I think we're very expensive, but now. Yeah.
Don't get along, I might bust it out.
So I'm going to build the shed.
How many should we have over here? 18?
18.
Get old. Get old.
Okay. About that long.
Oh, thank you. Strategy.
Oh, is it all, sorry? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So it was, sort of actually.
Right. That's why we. I just.
I'm just curious.
Oh, heck yeah, we all have snacks.
I did, and then I just. Yeah. You also that is, yeah.
He's making fire.
Oh, is it? She's right.
Yeah, there's
Oh, it was the charter.
The
The
charter.
premium is what I wrote up. It's dollars.
Oh, okay. Yes.
He's always in the deal.
Yeah, that's so. Maybe.
Dad passed away. They got a lot
Yeah, it's like, you know.
Yeah. This Right.
We've got 19-foot. Ski. She got a long to go. We fish all through it. We got.
Oh, wow.
We fished.
Like, this is like baseball.
It's so that kids in that little here, it's not big.
Right.
But really small. It was kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those. I'm gonna ask one.
What exactly is that asking on that?
Well,
no, like the whole state order.
Yeah, so it's the original one that we all talked about, things that would be all trying to shoot crystals. But because we don't have other ways, we don't have a long range shooting. So it doesn't really. It would be a recommendation that you serve much. Right, and so I thought the secondary, basically trying to do the same thing that the commission. Anything that's currently on the books, it's being on the books.
That's part of what we're saying, hey, get rid of the right, get rid of the restrictions.
I mean, if you want to make that recommendation, you could, but basically saying that just keep what's currently on the book and on the books. And then don't do anything additional to limit the. That makes sense, that's what the observation. If wants to use a tool that are currently in school box.
Yes, you're right. They do.
Like, and all, you up into a short range. If they wanted to do like additional range. That's not currently on the book, so it's.
I'm missing one on transmitting trail cameras.
I'll vote again.
Oh, I think that might be.
Well, I'm afraid I didn't sign my name and then.
So that's where I'll bring it ties back to the original recommendation, that in a way that would make sense. Like,
I know.
But again, if it's not, that's totally fine, I will try to help with some wording to make it a bit better. Be it in the minutes, make sure.
Well, the only reason I ask is because when it knocks out,
Yeah, so like.
I don't think I can.
I know.
We won't know who it was.
Issues on it. You up inside of the short range, we'll find those regulations already in use, they're already in place. If the commission wanted to do a different regulation, that one. For example, like when that would be to recommend whoever they say, don't use it. Novel. Legalize it. Anyway, not advocating one way or another, but I'm trying to think that.
Yeah, that helps. I'm gonna change my.
Is there reasonably sure they weigh in on all of them? I would say so it's safe for somebody to ask their
So that could be something exciting, just to consider.
Oh, and then.
I have 20 guys.
That was another way to skin a cat.
Yeah.
Actually, a friend of mine, he wanted to do
We're looking at my notes about you.
No, I needed to.
That's where it's already. That's at least the way it's.
So everybody's done?
It's gonna have to speak up, maybe else anybody can hear you. Just don't. Hey, y'all, Winnie's talking.
All right, we're gonna do the big reveal now. I'm just gonna go like this, okay? So this is Ellery's proposed wording. Has 9, I should put it back, 9 disagree, 2 neutral, and 12 agree. So it's, we don't have consensus one way or the other. Okay?
And Wendy,
Yes.
I don't know if it matters, but
Well-
I talked to Ellery and understood better. And I was a hard disagree, but I think discussion can get me somewhere else.
Okay. On long range hunting, I think we're gonna have to look at the multiple variations together. This is just sort of to see how people feel about that, what's actually on for that one, so. Okay, I'm not gonna read the comments on this round. On those that we decide we need to work on, let the folks that are working on it see those comments. So, night vision is 2 strong disagreements, 1 neutral, and everyone else is on agreement. So that's closer to consensus than the first one. Transportation, there's 3 neutrals and everyone else is in strong, or in agreement with that. Transmitting trail cameras, we have 4 in disagreement, 2 neutral, and everyone else is in agreement. Thermal imaging optics, got 2 in disagreement and everyone else in agreement. Modern muzzle loader, 2 don't support, 4 neutral, and everyone else in support. Drones has 4 not supporting, 2 neutral, and the rest in agreement. The principles, so this is communicating the principles you used. We've got 5 neutral and everyone else in support. Larry Hatter's draft recommendation. We have 3 in opposition, 6 neutral, and the rest in support. Smart optics, we've got 1 in disagreement and everyone else in support. Education, everyone supports, we don't have to work on that one anymore. Yay. Okay, long range hunting, 4 in disagreement, 3 in neutral, and the rest in agreement. And this was the preamble. Everyone's in support of that. This is Bryce's proposal. There's 7 opposed, 1 neutral, and the rest in support. Artificial intelligence has 1 neutral and everyone else in support. And then modern archery optics, 1 neutral and the rest in support. So, observations about this.
How are we treating neutral? How do we want?
I think we're treating,
It's Switzerland.
As a just.
it would seem to me, I would pose that neutral, we're not gonna worry about.
Yeah.
Yeah, does that feel
I
like?
just say we have consensus if it's neutral or agreement.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think those feel like we're in agreement. So, which do you feel like we have opportunity for getting agreement to? You know,
Well,
this is an agreement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so modern archery is good. Artificial intelligence is good. There's some comments on here. Want to hear what they say?
Not if everybody's in agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if we're neutral or better, I'd say.
okay,
move
so
on.
we're
We've got-
good, okay. Figure out how I'm gonna. Okay, that's good. I don't want to lose the counts because we're gonna reflect them for the commission. Okay, so we've got 7 in opposition here, but I think it's fair to say long range hunting needs to look at what needs to be put together for long range hunting discussion.
Well, we got 3 different proposals.
Yeah, so all 3 of them?
Just,
Yeah,
well, we need to lump them, I think,
Okay.
because otherwise we're gonna.
okay, so the preamble's
That's
good. Okay, long range hunting, we've already agreed that we're gonna talk about that. So education's good. We got 1 in disagreement on smart optics. And it looks like it's around the definition of smart optics, so that feels like we might be able to get there. Okay, we'll work on that. Larry Hatters is long range, right?
Yeah.
The principal,
It's not necessarily long,
okay,
truthfully. It's just if we are gonna change the seasons, if we are looking at restrictions, what can we do to maintain our opportunity?
so, we're gonna have option for 2 rounds of discussion. We did long range hunting first, then whatever's left over, we could tackle in the second round. Does that work? Okay,
Wendy,
yeah.
can you go back to smart optics for just a second? I have a feeling I'm the one who made the comment and probably disagreed. Maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry, it is disagree. I was, okay, and it was, what it says is need concrete definition of smart optics.
So that was me.
Okay.
So I'm not 100% sure what smart optic entails. And so I could easily be persuaded to accept that if I kind of knew more of like,
Yeah.
what are the boundaries of smart optics?
That's why I think that could just require some polishing.
Okay,
Am I right? Yes.
yeah, just
This is not a
maybe it's my
railroad.
own personal knowledge.
I'm not trying to push you into agreement, but I.
No,
am
that's
trying to say
fine. I
I think we
understand.
can- We've got some room for finishing it up. That
I'm
maybe
saying
works.
that's another one that we're really close on, and the
Okay.
reason I'm not there is because maybe it's my own personal knowledge of what entails a smart optic.
I just made our life easier. Just kidding. Okay.
Wendy's way ahead of me as usual.
Thank you for that clarification on smart optics. So. The principles,
What was that last one you spoke over there?
this one is the Larry Hubbard.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, the principles, we're good on. Indicating those. Drones has some issues. So but it's not a lot of opposition, so I think we're close, maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Modern, muzzle loader. It needs some work, there's some people that are in disagreement. Thermal imaging, there's some people in disagreement. Transmitting trail cameras, a little more disagreement. Okay, transportation, we're good on. And then night vision, we have strong disagreement for 2 people. And longer time. So. I propose that. In the first opportunity to work together. That we need to tackle long range hunting. And what else do you think?
I think we should leave long range hunting until we can hit some of the low lying fruits, or else we're gonna get wrapped around the knots and not
Okay.
reach this. Don't get
So, night vision, we only have 2 disagreements, that looks like a good one to work on.
Yeah, can those 2 people, if they're willing to stand up and maybe to express with the group where they are and why?
That would be helpful.
Yeah. And unless you don't want to be publicly recognized.
Actually, I would just encourage them to go into that small group discussion.
Oh,
So that
we're
they can
breaking
say,
up
this
into
is why I've
groups.
got a problem with it, can you make me part way? Okay, so night vision. 4, there's only 2 on thermal imaging. I think we can.
And drones.
Where's drones? Okay, and drones,
Drones.
and then that's long range, smart optics. Okay, so we're gonna have 4
Yeah.
for our first round, we're close on them. So, night vision. Thermal imaging, drones, and smart optics.
Transmission, you got trail cameras.
We'll catch them in the next round. I just don't want to get you so small that you're not. So, we're gonna do night vision. It's gonna be here. Thermal imaging here, drones here, smart optics. So if you had a problem, go to the one, hopefully you don't have a problem with all 4 of those.
Could be that way, it could be certain people have.
Yeah.
But you're gonna share the comments, correct? Cause someone.
those pieces of paper are gonna go to the group.
Right, so you'll see the comments of what,
Yeah,
where the issue was.
What was it again? What was it over? Thermals here.
No,
So if we
Night
have
or
a problem, where do we go?
if you're strongly in support, go and see what you can do to help accommodate the people that are in opposition.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Cool.
night vision, thermal imaging, drones, and smart updates. Does everybody know where they wanna land?
Question, so part of the discussion last go around was if we wanted to combine thermal and night. Or, did I say that right?
Yeah.
The two.
That, and I put that for a proposal for both of those, because it's the same exact. Sorry, the recommendations for both of those are essentially identical.
Yeah.
So that was the, I would suggest just combining. both.
Unless it kills them both.
Yeah.
Different versions of it, you know.
What,
Okay, as I understand it, the proposal is that you'd like to consider combining night vision and thermal imaging.
I would say the only reason why my suggestion is that we don't, I think we should, but. Leave it in the background to split them if it kills it for some reason, like if somebody's okay with. The one and not the other, but otherwise I totally agree, I think we should combine them.
I think the dialogue should be together,
To me,
and
that's-
then there should be a
Yes.
consensus with the
Yes.
group about whether or not to push them forward together or break them up.
Yep.
So Nate has an alternative opinion.
Between the thermal and night vision, that's like a gas vehicle to electric vehicle. They're two different realms. In the world, so I keep them separate to me. I mean,
Can we work separately and then look at
Yeah,
possibly combining?
I'm agreeable.
Okay.
Faster,
Okay.
yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so what have I got for this?
I know where I stand.
I'm right. What time is it? Oh, we're pretty good. Okay, oh, we have a break. We need a break?
No.
No break? Okay. Refinement round one. You're gonna have 30 minutes, 25 minutes for refinement round one. Then we're gonna come and share the results of what you came up with, okay? So come back.
What do you wanna do with the folks online, Wendy?
Oh. I forgot. Do they wanna agree to where they wanna be?
Well, we're gonna hear a minute, right?
Well, I'm gonna take my
I'm
last.
I'm happy with just listening and then chiming in if I have a point.
There's gonna be 4 conversations is the problem.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that I can tune into. The rest of them can be background noise, but that's just me. I'll let everybody else pitch in.
Okay, see, I have my laptop and I'll take my laptop to one of my tables. So we got 2 laptops available. So pick.
So I guess let's do this then, Dustin, what are the
Yes, ma'am.
What are the 2 that are of most interest to you?
Probably I would go with the night vision and the thermal. Those would be probably the 2 of those first 4 rounds that I have a little bit of skin in the game, I believe.
Jason, what are the 2 that are of most interest to you?
I'm gonna say probably the same as Dustin.
Night and thermal,
Yeah.
okay? Doug, what are the 2 that are most interest to you for this round?
I was gonna say the exact same.
No, but we can't put them in 2 places.
But yeah, if you need to stick me somewhere else, I'm good.
And then, Derek, what are the 2 that are most interest to you?
I can do anything to accommodate. So if you need to put me in one group or separate, I'm perfectly fine.
Okay, the reason why I asked 2 Wendy is in case we had multiple groups, so we could see, put them in one of their tops, so.
So we'll put 1 with night vision and 1 with thermal.
We'll split them into 2 groups, is what you're
Yeah.
saying.
So
Okay.
we're gonna move you to those tables.
So, our members online, I'm gonna break you up into 2 breakout rooms.
Yeah, and
And then you accept those rooms, and then we'll move the computers accordingly. So give us a couple minutes to get situated. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
Okay, so I would like you to come back at 11:50. I'm gonna give you 11:45. These should be easy. right? So 11:45, come back, be prepared to propose
I appreciate it.
any changes that you agree to for wording to address the people that are concerned about those. Okay? Go.
You can take the over there.
Yes, I'll bring it.
Yeah, I just,
So this is the part of my vision. Right, vision, but I'm all. With the addition there. Drones over there. What's that? Drones. No, 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 it's on your side right now.
Regulation.
You get that? It makes sense to me.
I really want to hear the argument.
Okay, night vision?
Yeah, I want to hear them all. Yeah.
Well, I guess nobody's talking about.
Yeah, we don't. There's no bias. And I think that's essential. So it needs to be as well as enforced.
So. Your idea.
I didn't get a motion.
What are their
The amounts of.
Yeah, are they, first off, are there two people that disagree? If they are, what?
Ingress, egress, or like.
Okay,
What are they? Okay, so we have.
I don't see any other opposed. Right, I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing. So let me start here. The main concern voiced here was unenforcement, and then there were three different people that argued properly. And the idea behind the office dates, at least for me, that was okay. I personally think the thermals are bad. I think that the idea, I think if I was the executive director of the Humane Society of the United States,
That's my thing.
in 30 seconds,
TV commercial.
I could make thermals. I could accurately display what thermals do and damage with my eyes.
So you're saying. Not like. Or so, or you're, you want the date to drop. Because
No,
you
no,
want
it's
all
no,
sounds.
Yeah.
My comment with that, and I want to go back to it, is that we don't have that authority. We only have, yeah. We only have the scope of our. So we have, basically to summarize it. Already have.
And I think in that way, you're right.
Okay, so are you, does that mean you're okay with dates, or you still want no dates? You just want it gone for big game only?
The way I understood is that was something we could discuss. I am supportive of animals in those states. I don't think we go
Oh, okay, so you're cool with it, if you would like to see us go further. So you were one? I was the one.
No. There's always one dissenting table unless the other person.
Dustin, are you the other center? Oh, go ahead, we can hear you now. Yep.
You gotta speak up.
And he was claiming different hands are well, he had both. Yeah, he had stuff, he had infrared.
Yeah, things like that, whereas the night vision.
Yeah, and that's what.
So think of this way, night vision is gonna be black.
The thermal.
Thermal's gonna be the one keyboard where you're gonna be able
What is it?
super expensive.
We'll look hard while we're not there.
So,
Why don't you?
so what would your proposal be?
Then you want to.
Maybe been able to.
Almost that.
Okay.
And then next.
Yeah.
I can see the white. But you can't see.
So you wanna say year round?
Supporting.
Okay.
It's just.
I don't even have, or maybe a past or that where like, this is no longer.
Okay, so is it safe to say that at the end of the day, you would be supportive of this?
You're not quick switching, you're not. So you.
For you, when you're going through, when you're.
Yes.
You're going from point B, are you just going to like say a scout spot, like tree stand? Why don't we go to something by?
Okay, well, that's helpful, that's really helpful, so what, if the rest of everybody else is, we can make that comment, so we can tell the whole group, that's what his comment is, he would like to see it lengthen it to the whole year, and we can see what other. I'm just about that. For sure.
I think because I agree.
Yeah.
I
In my mind, sometimes.
So how would you? So how would you word it if you were to say, it's for the.
We have
point A to
one.
point B, how would you word it to say, hey, for the interpretation of hunting gear is,
So there's two centers, you were one of them, that felt like at the end of the day, you would be supportive. Holly, did you say you were?
for some, where it's only during.
Better than, so in my immediate zone.
Right, but the library.
That's why I would.
Would,
Oh, and.
right. I'm totally right.
The
only
other way that I've got around that is
December.
I do like that. With the headings that have a red light, the red light doesn't affect anything, and it's been a general area. I mean, there's, you can go both ways with that, so, because I like the red light personally.
On the principle.
Yeah, it's all viewpoints. Go ahead.
I have spent the last month since you talked, and you came with very, very good advice. So I think that's valid. I think that's a perfectly valid. So it is unfortunate you're talking about. That's what I understood to mean. What is the, that's to adjust your life.
You're gonna get major posts.
Just real quick, so, yeah, they never forget about that, right? We have some.
Idaho is actually.
Well, right, correct.
If you look at traffic, everybody knows how to.
We have some little high, I think we should drive them. Enforcement, like that, if I was shooting to my camp.
So I.
So I'm not saying that it's exactly parallel, but I'm saying this is.
More conversation about that. The other thing is.
Yeah, so the one thing I would say too, that I think the enforcement, like the nitty gritty of enforcement, I think it's getting in, just by getting into details a bunch. Because at the end of the day, we're not writing regulation. We're not writing original, just gonna be. We're making a proposal that the majority of the owners in the state of Idaho, as from, the surveys and then all the majority of the group, because it sounds like everyone's in consensus, basically at the end of the day, don't let me misquote you, Dr. But it sounds like at the end of the day, everybody is pretty much on board with the proposal as it is. They'd like to see a couple little tweaks to it, but, if this is all that we can get forward through at the end of the day, you'd be cool with it? So, yeah.
The chances of most of the charities and their rules are high.
And this is where I boil down to then that's priorities, their problem of figuring out what the regulation would be. What we're doing here is to make a proposal that basically the whole group says.
But you can see body.
And I think everybody, well, everybody is on board except for one so far. Yeah. So that's where we're at, I guess. And so.
Everything's hard.
Yes.
We're really behind from 80% compliance. Because that year will always be better. And the chances of one of the great running into that. Now, is it a little bit better? John Schmuckwad is using, some here, yes, but the thing is that unenforceability is just, is a, it's a. I think it's kind of a critical thing to actually have something.
Oh, we could.
It's hard to enforce, and then there's enforcement.
And I think what we're hearing is that all of them are hard to enforce, but it is still enforceable in that if you're turned in by, like, okay, the landowner that I work for, we have a transportation policy. We rely on basically the 80/20 as well, and that the 80 will turn into 20. That is basically because there's only so many, the fishing game is the one that does the patrol. And so there's only two of them in, for the two of the three for the entire ownership of 600,000 acres for the company I work for. So they have very, very small chance of ever enforcing that rule. They rely on the 80/20 and they've gotten complete success controlling that property based off.
But I'll tell you how they do it.
So, yes, so I would say that would be my response to it is that the 80/20 is, the 80 is going to be the one and. Turning related money. And yes, every year we hear about something that are, you know, there's elk that get shot and who did it. It's suddenly poaching elk. You know, there are two distinct technologies. Yeah. So separate use. That's kind of how I think about it. And then at the end of the day, it's the fishing game and the commission responsibility. So how you see it, that's we are.
So if you ask.
That the state of Idaho does not want this.
See the rest of the. Just like you really drop it.
What you're proposing there, it's a meaning of a story. You're talking about.
Oh, yes, I know it's.
I'm just saying is that you're allowed to use handheld.
Perfect, thank you.
People from point A to point B. And I think like the industry of it, you know, that you know, it's all this. Where we want to go with that 20% is good.
But I mean, it seems to me, and maybe I'm not understanding, but it seems to me like the way it's written is consistent with what you're having.
And I think kind of what you're getting at, just because we don't provide it as a proposal, doesn't mean that. So 10 years down the road, say, the fishing game decides somebody's gonna is allowed. So we would be offering it as a proposal without there to the public to kind of see that this is a proposal that we want to expand and.
So is that your recommendation? Well, it's right, the use of thermal.
Right.
And then you're saying scouting, hunting, or retrieving game, so that does that.
Yeah.
But then it says for scouting, hunting, or retrieving the game, but you're saying. Well, that's not saying you can't, it's saying we can't scout, hunt, or retrieve.
Once you put that thing, you can't have it on your body. Oh, no, we just add what you said.
So how would you work? So I don't know. You look at the next one, drones. Whereas you had something that would be. Am I using?
It's like nothing. Right, nothing in section of life.
Well,
Or scouting. Something where it just says, yeah, you can still have them.
Anyway.
Hike safely, you can't use the word scouting, hunting. And the take already is because.
I'm better with you.
Just give them.
That's usually where you're.
Yeah. I kind of.
Do you guys have any comments, other, listening in, do you guys have any comments?
You know who wrote this one?
Yeah, so we're specifically talking the night vision. And that's gonna be.
Okay, so. Yeah, but hold on for a second. The hunting fishing community is against itself in today's arena. Has stepped into create standards which we can all live by. Boone are the key split. Those are standards that the rest of us live to. On the fair chase definition, and so the group of people at this table. No, we've also not but actually Morse Road, distance cutting it down at Christmas tree. They're all. Is it really enforceable? No, but I don't think there's anything in our regs. Let out, is that enforceable? No.
How about the weight of the rider? No, by a mile.
You brought it up heavyweights. You're it's gonna
We should have her come to this conversation.
And I have. Beneficiary of that program. If you don't have that in place. So what if you don't have that rule in place, you offer that hard to do it. So if we do not have anything in place, you're not. Yeah, they are. They are. And so people driving. Yeah, true facts. Yeah, and so you get my point on that as well. Okay. Yeah.
And then also seeing that you guys.
He's been trying really hard.
And that's what always you think I mean, I would like to. I'm not. It's just I can. That's what area. You hear noise, you're like looking for.
Where'd that come from?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What is, we're looking for. Thermal.
So that means drop it around. You or I are in front of a hunter's education class. And as hunters, we can say there's a law in the books, but there aren't. We can say that. Right now, you just do it on your own. But now we've left gray area of confusion, and people are gonna fill that gray area. I see this myself. I see this group as inspiration. I see us throwing out ideas, and then the commission and the negotiating rulemaking process and the legislature. And what's at the end of the day, what will slow us down? Why? Henry's word is it's actually how many tickets you run, written out, his crew has.
It almost kind of seems
But how many people that you check? You're proving my point by saying, because you don't write a name, because everyone you check has a part of the stuff. You can write 1,000, oh, I thought you were being sarcastic. So, well, then you're proving my point now, maybe. Either way. Yeah. I guess. So. I know. Yeah. I don't give much. Set a standard. I think why that standard.
So I said till 45. Are you done or do you need 5 more?
5.
5 more? Okay, 5 more.
Yeah.
They're different. We need to know who the other I can't scroll at all. Because there's somebody that's an absolute.
Hey, Wendy.
You really need to know
That was this.
I think the more, well.
Hello. Someone wrote on night vision, I cannot support. This is unenforceable. It's our, okay, now we know. Would you like to go visit with these guys? Are you okay with that? Sure. Okay. They wanted to know.
Did you write the same thing on thermal?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I might be. Are you reaching agreement about how to?
I think it's great.
Okay.
Monthly.
Yeah, well, fairness, but it's quality.
We're gonna take that out. Get less permission.
I think that's what I heard, and yeah.
Incidental. There it is. that number seems to be. So the reason that I killed this line. Is that person. Never get higher. So when I work in the woods, I we're not. But. Not necessarily. Yeah, and that is what a large percentage of the conversation. I have. Yeah, no, and that's, yeah, that's why I'm curious. It's going to be on there first. So what I thought would be. That's kind of.
Okay, that's time. All right. I don't care where you land. You don't have to be in the same seat as you were before. Night vision? Night vision?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you land?
Where we started.
Yeah, we have.
No progress?
No progress.
I think we had a good education.
We had a good conversation.
Yeah.
I think part of, at least with Nathan, part of it is the verbiage there. And the moratorium from July 1 through December 31. Nathan is under the, his belief is that you should be able to use this technology for hiking, or getting to your hunting spot during the night hours. And then Hallie is strongly opposed because of the enforceability aspect. And then I think the rest of us are looking at maybe there's some wording that could be adapted from the last sentence of the drones that would give more specificity around proper usage of night vision.
I didn't move in the thermal.
Yeah, and then the thermal shouldn't be,
On the night vision wording.
yeah,
Two separate entities.
But let's let Ellery catch up with us. So the nothing in this section shall apply sentence is what you're.
so something along the word, yes, or along that vein that could be included with the night vision to kind of think, what is proper usage, which is what's that saying about aircraft and drones, is what is the proper usage or acceptable usage? And then also on the night vision, removing the reference to thermal imaging in the first sentence.
Because
Yeah,
it makes it,
striking that,
yeah, it makes
because
it
it's-
overlap,
That's not
yeah.
what we're talking about here.
That's great, because I had that same comment. I appreciate
Okay.
y'all.
So striking that, and then, yeah, just the additional verbiage that's in the drones, not specifically, but generally speaking, something
Some
like that.
similar concept that says these are the proper ways to use it.
Proper usage.
Proper use.
So no weapon mount at all, but handheld, kind of okay, so.
I think to like summarize for clarity, the two things that are being under consideration on this one is, should there be an exemption added to night vision for the ability to safely walk in and walk out during the dark and utilize monocle handheld scenarios, whether it's attached to a helmet or in your hand? That's the first thing is there a consideration from the group of the exception? The other conversation is related to the enforceability of Fish and Game on this. Is this as written enforceable? And if it's not, there was some opposition.
Couple of things. So scouting having a retrieval. We will have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were using that night division device to scout, hunt, or retrieve. That's a very high threshold. It's very difficult to achieve. So
But not impossible.
it's not zero. Nothing that you are considering will ever be 0% enforceable. But that's that's the challenge that we.
It's proving that that's what the use was.
Proving that
Yeah.
that's what it was. So going back to, the thought of adding language that would allow you to walk in before shooting hours. So that's getting pretty far down into the weeds. We don't today, even though we know everybody that hikes into their hunting spot before shooting hours. I mean, they're hunting right now. We don't issue them a citation for hunting outside of shooting hours because they're just walking into their hunting spot. So just some things to think about. It's the same thing with the motorized hunting rule. Do I have to wait at my camper and not drive my ATV up a trail until shooting hours? No, you can, if you're outside of the unit with the motorized hunting rule, you can drive up to the top of the ridge. You're doing that to hunt, but that's not something that we consider a violation of hunting outside of shooting hours.
Can I ask where Dustin was?
Dustin was over there.
Okay. Because I know Dustin had a concern about the dates.
Yeah,
Hold on, I gotta bring him back.
He's here.
I would just like to see the dates removed and just have it all just not be available for use for big game hunting in the state of Idaho. I don't know of any uses that cannot already be done without the use of either one of those, whether it's night vision or thermal, to where we would have to use it as big game hunters.
Can we pause for a minute? We need to bring the small group back. He
That's,
probably-
I don't think it needs to be needed. I just think that it needs to be a year-round deal.
We're gonna bring you back to the main room, Dustin, so that everyone can hear you. The people in the room could hear you sort of, but not really. So. Oh, it's got 55 seconds.
That's seeing it. Well, you wanna close your phone?
Did you hear that?
Oh,
It should be fine. It should be.
okay.
All right, am I on the big screen now?
Yes. You can start again.
All right, so what I was saying is when I made my comment to it, it was pretty brief, and looking back, I could have compounded it. It's the dates are the issue that I have. I think it should be a year-round ban. I don't believe that we need that technology in the woods for big game hunting, enforceability or not. I think, standards. We have other ways of finding down game in the state of Idaho. I think that's a moot point for thermal or night. The safety aspect, man, the woods are dangerous, right? We can't bubble wrap everything. Ingress, egress in the dark, that's been done for generations without night vision. I know we may have a new predator aspect in the state of Idaho, but I believe that it all comes down to being part of the woods and being a woodsman is dealing with some of those hardships, like walking through the dark with a headlamp instead of a monocular night vision, like tracking down and doing a grid pattern with a bottle of hydrogen peroxide to find a deer in brush, right? I don't believe that I don't believe that we need to have that advancements as hunters. I think that we can make up everything with craftsmanship that we would quote unquote be losing by not using this technology.
Thank you.
I agree.
I agree with that, and I think once you start carving out exceptions, everybody becomes the exception, so I'm more comfortable.
It makes it harder to.
Yeah.
I like that you brought up headlamps.
Yeah.
I think we forget our $10 Walmart technology is kind of game changing.
Guys, totally a question. So like on night vision, if we're walking in and hiking safely on the side of a cliff, right? Does night vision,
If they're in the dark,
night vision molest animals' eyes, or does a flashlight molest their eyes more? Because I can have a million candle power flashlight that goes 10 times further than what the night vision is capable of. And it molests animals' eyes, every animal that's out there.
it's not an animal molestation issue. That's not what I'm worried about. It's not going out and bothering animals at night, because you're not going to walk into animals and harass them if you have night vision on. If you have a flashlight or a headlamp and you're walking through the woods, that's getting into the area in which you're hunting. That's a long draw to say molestation in my eyes, and I could be wrong, right? I'm looking at it as, okay, I'm going to use night vision so I can get on that cliff at 2 o'clock in the morning, sit on that cliff and shoot across the canyon in the morning. That I've noted animals as I was walking through with night vision that you would normally not otherwise see. That's the issue that I have with night vision, specifically night vision, and the same applies for thermal, because you can do the same with thermal as you can with night vision. That's where my drawback comes from. Is maybe I'm just old school and I think there needs to be a little bit of danger in the woods for us still. We're part of nature. We can't over trump it with every bit of technology. There still has to be woodsmanship and woodscraft in the hunters. And by allowing us to be able to navigate at night like that, I think it way overpowers us in our ability to find, track, and ultimately kill animals.
Thank you. Where are we?
Like, can you tell us, what you said when I asked, is that something that's gonna be enforceable by fishing game if we're walking in with night vision just to do it? Based on our current.
If it's going to.
Yes, like.
Well, so you
if
can do
we're-
that right now today. And if you tried to create a rule that would prevent it. I mean, I don't know who would ever be able to detect that. I mean. How would I prove somebody walking on the trail is using that as an aid to hunt? I totally understand the common sense perspective there, and everybody in this room would say, well, he's carrying a rifle, he's got a deer tag, and he's camping here to hunt, he's hunting. That's not how the court works.
So for his concern though, for traveling in, based on the current wording that we have, if you could bring that up, Hillary, please. If he's walking to his hunting spot using night vision, is that something that's gonna be enforceable by fishing game?
Enforce, I think as you're trying, I understand what you're saying, I think you're asking, under this current draft, would
Yes.
he be able to hike into his camp spot and be legal? Is
Yes.
that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes, yes is the answer. As long as you aren't actively.
Cause it's like using your headlamp, it's like.
Okay, so would that cover, that's why, because he was the one that was opposed to it, would that satisfy your substantive personal report on this?
Dustin, you're being asked a question?
No.
I'm sorry, it's all muddled. Go ahead. What was that?
Sorry, I
I'm
was
sorry.
sorry to Nate.
It was his question to Nate.
You were still
I-
under,
No,
One
wait,
at a
wait,
time, please.
I'm letting Nate answer. I incorrectly said it was for you.
With the current, and that's how I interpret it, that sounds great, but what if Greg is not there anymore and there's a new director? I mean, I would love to have something in there that. Even in parentheses, that allows you to hike in from point A to point B.
How many people have been ticketed for, spotlight while walking into their hunting spot with a flashlight? Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I'm just offering that as an example as to the enforceability and what their opinion is of it, cause that's pretty much the same thing. Is that
I totally understand your perspective too.
Yeah.
Understand, and I agree with it. You can't write law to take away officer discretion completely.
Right.
Officers have to have some discretion to use reasonable discretion in these circumstances. You're right, can I say 100%, no one will ever get a ticket for that? I can't say never, but officers do have to use discretion, and we spend a lot of time on being reasonable and how to address these.
So with the current, they're taking out the thermal, would that suffice?
If we took out
Put this with the bed?
handheld, I'm good with it.
What was that on handheld?
he wants to remove handheld.
What if we don't want to remove or change anything about the recommendation?
Then it dies.
I mean,
Who is that?
this is Derek. I guess I don't understand this coming. I mean, we had a recommendation. Now we're trying to change some of the verbiage in it. And I get that in the 11th hour. It's pretty difficult. to move this forward. This is gonna die. So it's gonna be really difficult to come together as a group with the recommendation to approve this. And we've got some that don't even want it. We've got some that want to change the verbiage to have a personal bias towards a part of this technology to use. So I guess at the end of the day, it's, you know, are we supporting the wildlife that we're trying to protect, or I'm really confused with this, and it's becoming really frustrating.
Gotta have some compromise though. You have to compromise somewhere.
Well, we
I
could be
just-
silent. You,
I agree that there needs to be compromise.
But flat out no.
So to that point, Derek, I'm willing to support what we have wrote down as our recommendation as it stands. They just asked for my opinion as to why I dissented. And
No,
that's why I dissented. As what we have together, it puts rules on the books, and I'm okay with that. Because it addresses the issue and it's not just out there floating in the ether for interpretation. So as it stands right now, I'm willing to support this, but I have my own personal biases and drawbacks. But for the intent and purpose of this group and what we're doing here today, I would support this with the others. I just have some personal digressions to it is all.
Sure, I understand that. You know, and I could probably support it too. I just think it's going to cause a lot of division. I could move it forward. I guess I just don't understand it.
so Hallie,
I'm just gonna or request, I guess, move forward onto something else. Sorry, guys, I just can't support it. I just can't.
so we've got one person in the room that says she cannot support the recommendation going forward. Is that correct? Okay, so we do not have agreement on night vision. Drones.
Point of, Wendy, point of clarification, was that not agreement on night vision or also in thermal or just night vision?
I believe that we've only talked about night vision, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, drones, what did you guys come up with?
So the first proposal is on the first sentence to spot, locate, and aid, to switch the and to the or. Because as written, that would require all three, so that just cleans it up. And then second proposal, striking the last sentence. And the reason for that proposal is intent, coming from a prosecutor, is impossible to prove. So if we remove the intent portion of it, whether you quote unquote intended to go flying and see the animals, your intent doesn't matter. If you're flying, you just don't get to go hunt the animal. If you're flying, you see the animal, it removes that portion of that. This still would not have any impact on somebody's ability to go flying in that area. And the struck portion would just be saying that if you are flying, you can't go hunt those animals. Third proposal, I think, and we also added a date range, similar to what was proposed for thermal imaging and.
So the July
July
31st through December.
Not the first, July 30th.
July 31st.
Yes.
So it has currently in all hunting seasons, so you have big game ungulates
We want
from
those dates to match the other ones, that way. it's all
July.
works the same.
Yeah,
July 30th.
July 31st.
Well, see, it's
Well,
the
the other
first
one's
down
July
here.
1st.
It should be July 1st.
Right, but we talked to Greg, that's 2 months before the season, so it's, you know, or a month.
Well, I don't care, I was just simply saying the other one's July.
I think only one was like July 1st.
The question is whether you want to be consistent on your dates or not.
And my,
Let's try to have only one conversation at a time.
Pay attention, please.
so I guess my thing on this one is, these are gonna move forward to the commission, right? The commission can fix those dates, so they can all conspire the same as what they think as far as the season. The staff recommendations can recommend, we recommend these days. For us just to say, for me, a date needs to be considered there. The commission and the attorney general, they can look at that, they can put a date on there, whatever the department wants to do. And put a date on there and make it uniform with others.
But your point
Easier
is
for
for the entire hunting season.
It's
right?
not the entire hunting season.
It's not, well,
So Matt, are you saying then as opposed to having the date to put in there, have it, make it unlawful?
to be
for the
determined by the
To
fishing
be,
game.
for a season to be determined by the commission, or you wanna leave the date in there with the understanding that the commission could change it?
I'm good with either or. It has to be a specific date for enforcement.
Right.
If it's got a specific date for the enforcement, it makes it a lot easier.
It's easier for the sportsman too.
It is.
Because if there's not a season in this unit and there is a season in this unit.
Yep.
Now you have two different rules.
Has to be.
Right next to each other.
Anybody gonna die on their sword over what dates are on there?
I have maybe for consideration, because one of the reasons I think the early date especially is important is that there's a developing industry or a thriving industry already that the people are out scouting and using this technology to find the animals, and then they sell that information.
Yeah.
And I mean, that down at the expo, there's booths for that.
Yeah.
And so to me, that's just a massive violation of my consideration of ethics. And so to me, and I agree with the dates, and I'm not sure which ones, but the early date needs to be early enough to clip that off, in my opinion.
So question, with those comments, what about the revised language attached that I included? In the red lines,
Where's determined by?
Or as determined,
or as determined,
I like that.
most appropriate by the commission.
That's awesome.
but does it miss the point that Ken's making?
That's too
No,
much.
I don't think, it's not likely that July 1st is gonna come.
Right. Right.
Okay. Oh.
That's still 30 days before 90% of the season.
Find a location and sell it.
Yes. And it's gonna be the same principle for thermos.
So there's groups out there right now in Idaho that are going out scouting.
Yeah, I
And
know.
it's.
We have more than one conversation going on.
Yeah, so there's groups out there right now that are going out scouting. You can pay them to go scout a unit for you, using all these technologies we're talking about, and then sell you the information. They're not even hunting, they're scouting for you. So that's maybe another topic we should.
I think that's a different. It's outside the scope that you guys are addressing. If you're trying to use July 1 to address that, I don't think that's gonna.
So,
Which is
Ken,
why.
can you live with this wording?
I like it.
It works for me.
So specifically related to helicopter and fixed wing aircraft, isn't there already verbiage in the regulations that says thou shalt not hunt the same calendar day?
Yes.
Correct.
I guess I would like to see that be more like 24 hours or 48 hours after.
This is
That's one of
dealing
the-
with it already. This is overriding that. Cause
Okay.
now you're saying that you can't use them through a determined time frame
Yeah.
at all.
Right.
As opposed to 24 hours ahead. So it would be,
Like-
if this was to be implemented, it would replace the 24-hour.
No, what I'm saying is, you have guys flying in aircraft into the backcountry. They fly over a herd of elk, they're 600 yards from their airstrip. Where they're landing, you can't go hunt that herd for 24 or 48 hours, you can't get out of the airplane and just go smack one down.
I think those are potentially two different scenarios.
Yes.
Just because we recommend this doesn't mean the commission won't keep the 24-hour time period before hunting if you're getting flown.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Great.
So
We're
we're good.
good with this one?
Is anyone disliking of the language? As drafted.
I have
a question.
Okay.
The word aid in here. Is that gonna deter them from even being able to fly an airplane into the backcountry because they are technically using it to get back in there, and it could be construed as being used for the taking? Shouldn't it have something written in there that states, I agree with taking that out and putting that 24 or 48 hour period in there?
That was the second sentence. You know, the purpose of the second sentence was to address that. You know, when we put that together, and I think this is the direct verbiage that Wyoming has in their rule. So I mean, that's where that came from, but it was exactly what you're talking about, Jason, people flying clients in, those kind of things. I guess that second sentence was the attempt to make sure that wasn't deemed illegal.
So,
I think you were gonna have to divide the two concepts out then, if that's what we wanna do.
I think the commission will take that into consideration when they actually write the language, if they do.
We kind of need to recall that we are an advisory group. We're not
Yeah.
legislators.
We're not writing the law here. There's a
We
rule.
don't
This
have
is
to
a-
write this as it's going into the regs.
yeah,
Yes.
so
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, this is just guidance, right?
Yes.
This
Correct.
isn't,
what you all
Final
think you
version.
want them to, yeah.
This is not the exact language that will be used in the rulemaking process, should the commission direct the department to move forward with the rulemaking process. This is just concepts
Yeah.
that then the department will utilize and look at our rules, look at our regs, and figure out how best do we change the language to accomplish what is the intent of the recommendation. So I wouldn't get wrapped around the axles on those things. Our commissioners and the department are very much aware of kind of the nuances to these issues. They deal with them every day. We deal with them every day, and so that will absolutely be taken into consideration when we actually do rule change. I would like to remind folks that oftentimes when we get into the weeds on things, that's when things start falling apart. So these recommendations need to be more high level.
Yeah.
Because they are concepts and they are recommendations, not the specific language changes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thanks, Hillary.
Yep.
Okay, thermal imaging.
I don't think we made any progress. There's concerns that it's unenforceable. So I've got a question. I guess I don't understand why, if it's not allowed in the field, and I know you can hide it in your backpack and do all kinds of things, but if it's not, if we say that it should not be in the field at all during those dates, that's about as enforceable as we can get. So I guess I'm not sure I'm tracking why it's not any less enforceable than anything else.
So the commission doesn't have the authority to prevent you from possessing the thermal sites in the field. They cannot. So the only thing that we have to prove that you're using that as an aid to hunting. So possession, you can't just say you can't be in possession unless you convince the state legislature to pass a law that says you cannot be in possession during these times. That's different, but the commission manages wildlife and the natural resources, and that does not include possession of binoculars or possession of thermal items.
So you don't enforce spotlighting for hunting then?
So that's an act. It doesn't have anything to do with the light.
No, I understand, but what we're saying is the same thing as basically the spotlighting thing. Cause essentially, if we're gonna say that, okay, it's fine to use thermals, that's totally hunky-dory. Then in my mind, why do we say that it's not okay to use a light for hunting of animals? It's the same thing. I mean, why don't I should be able to use that for the purposes of hunting as well. That's my argument, I guess, for the other side of the camp, I guess.
Okay, I do understand what Dylan's saying, basically. You're allowed to carry on this with you. Right.
Yeah.
If you're caught using the act, it's the same, it's the exact same enforceability.
Yes.
You know, I can carry.
I guess, are you taking an animal outside of normal shooting light hours, right? Half hour after sunset, half hour before sunrise.
And that's
time
what,
period.
yeah, and what we're wanting to address is that we're saying that thermal should not be basically daylight spotlighting, I guess would be the way.
I think.
Cal's been trying to talk for like 5 minutes.
So I had several friends send me, and I sent them to Ellery, I sent them to Wendy, they are enforcing this in Oregon. They're enforcing it in other states. They've got pictures of the deer, they got pictures of the guns, they got pictures of the thermals, and they confiscate them, and they call it thermal imaging poaching. And there's several articles that are out, and it says they are spicing this up, and a lot of it is because of the public. If you look at this, you know, Idaho wants us to do this. It's a no-brainer. Enforcement is there, they have 135 officers in Oregon and 4 million people. We got under 2 million and as I recall, 80 something.
111 count me.
111. So they have the same, we have. They got twice the people and they're enforcing it. And so they are writing tickets. They're getting serious about it and other states are doing it. And the hunting community is asking for it. And that's part of the reason why we're here. So it's really important.
So this is the daytime use of thermal imaging.
This is thermal, thermal or illegal to hunt. He's 100% correct when you're talking about the lighting and stuff. And a lot of it is intent. We're 90%, we want the 90% and we want the kids to know that this ain't cool. And they're saying in Oregon that there is a lot of massive non-hunting, there's controversies that are coming up and they say if we don't act, we're gonna lose our privileges. And that's one of the things. I mean, if anything, drones and thermals on every chart is skyrocketing.
Yes.
I'm noticing inconsistency in how we're talking about enforcement with thermals and night vision versus drones. And I'm very interested in the fact that we didn't get hung up on enforceability with drones when there are drones small enough to put in your pocket and drones small enough to put in your backpack. So I think, and this isn't like a comment, I don't know how to fix it, but I'm noticing an inconsistent sticking point in that we're kind of clinging to enforceability on thermal imaging and optics. And with drones, we point blank said, these are high level concepts that are going to the commission and they can use their skills and their knowledge to go through the enforceability and the minutia. And so I think if we're going to get hung up on the enforceability, it needs to be a thing where every single thing on this list, a drone, a smart optic, a thermal imager, anybody can put it in their pocket and we can't enforce that. And
So
I'll
address that because I'm the one with this idea. And I thought about this a lot. Drones to me, and I know they're small enough to put in your pocket. A drone is a visible thing. It's up in the air, it flies around. It seems more enforceable to me, and that's why I could support this. That being said, I also really question myself on that. So that's where I'm coming from.
May I make it just a point just for consideration here? Just a reminder to the folks that enforceability, while we like laws to be as black and white as possible, enforceability is absolutely a spectrum. Right? You have certain things that are black and white, easy yes and no. And then there's a whole lot of gray area, which then comes into what Officer was saying about discretion, right? And so looking at these things as black and white, yes or no, adds a layer of complication that doesn't necessarily represent what's actually happening in the field, correct?
Yeah, no, it's a great example, right? You take the definition of hunting, right out of Idaho code. I could write every single person a ticket that's hiking before shooting hours. We don't ever do that. But the black and white of the definition of hunting, every one of them could be in violation of Title 36 under the definition of hunting. Just read it. It is extremely broad, but that's not how we enforce it. So just an example, so you know that we have to have discretion involved.
Judicial discretion.
Yes.
So I would just call you back to your purpose, which is to provide recommendations to Fish and Game for how advanced technology should be regulated remember, fair chase ethic is part of what you were asked to pay attention to. And so really think about that as opposed to whether it's enforceable or not. What do you think fair chase means with regard to the use of technology?
Larry's had his hand up for a hot minute.
Okay.
Yes, I'll make it quick. I think this is a great opportunity for us all to take a breath and step back just a second and remember what this group is about, what our purpose is. We're really not making laws here. We're putting out our feelings, what's in our minds and our hearts and our statement. Our statements aren't what are going to dictate the law. We are here to say, hey, nobody that should be with the thermal in the state of Idaho. You know, we shouldn't be digging into enforceability really or not. We're making a statement that's gonna be looked at 40 and 50 years from now. This is a one of its kind group. This is our opportunity. This is our spot. So if you, I would not look so specifically at this subject as far as enforceability. I would go, hey, do I believe it's okay to shoot an animal with thermal technology? If I do, I'm not gonna vote for this. Or do you believe that that is not ethical to hunt an animal with thermal? I would vote for it.
That's a good point.
So where are we on the thermals?
If I may make one
Yeah.
point before I know we're making this jump for a while here. On the subject of enforceability. Thing we have to really think about is future enforceability. Like Hallie, I appreciate your point. You're following our principles to the letter, and that's respectable, very respectable. But if we are to recommend a season ban on thermals right now, how many people are we going to stop from going out and spending $3,000 on a thermal and then fighting in the future? If we were to recommend that this year, the commission looks at it and says, hey, yeah, we feel like this should not be allowed during hunting season. They say this is not allowed. There are rules. People are going to go around it. There's going to be enforceability issues. Greg's officers are going to have to work harder. It's going to be big work for them. We know it's going to. But if we put that on the books, I'm not gonna go out and spend $3,000 on something that I really don't have as useful as I think I'm going to. I mean, I know it's gonna affect Nate's business, but it's gonna affect my business for any of my customers that hunt in Idaho. But at the same time, if we want to actually nip this in the bud, it's pretty much an hour and everything. Yeah. Yeah, good point. Sorry, that's my 2 cents.
So we're 5 minutes from when I would suggest we take a break for lunch.
I'm just, like, for consistency's sake, I'm just gonna recommend that we move forward to the next.
Actually, I have a quick question. What was the counts on thermal imaging specifically? Where were we at initially?
You mean
Numbers opposed or against?
20 were in support and 2 were in opposition.
And one of those two,
I'm the one pulled out and I read.
one of those two in opposition was in opposition because of the dates. And he's already said, Dustin, you can help me out here. He's already said he would drop that, so it's one holdup.
So is anyone still opposed to the point where you could not support this at all?
Yes, I am, that's what I'm recommending.
So. Okay. So these are both in sort of in the same boat,
Yes.
right? Okay.
And is it an unenforceability hang up? If we could have some further discussions, is that something that?
We've discussed this a lot.
I'm not, I don't, but I don't know what it is that you feel would make something enforceable like that, so just a little bit more understanding.
I don't think there is a way to make it enforceable. That's my problem.
Okay, do you feel like that's different than a lot of the other laws that we have on the books?
I think we have a lot of laws already on the books that aren't enforceable, and that causes a lot of problems for the fish and game officers and for folks who observe illegal activities and try to report them, but there's nothing that can be done. So I don't really support adding more of those to, you know, it makes the fish and game officers look really bad. When, you know, how many people are gonna call and say, hey, you know, I know this person's using a thermal.
So my question to you then is, do you, in your own personal ethics, feel that this is an ethical thing to do in the field to harvest an animal? Do you feel this is ethical?
I think there are ethical uses for a thermal.
In the pursuit of big game? Or scouting, hunting and retrieving?
For example, if I shoot an animal and maybe I use a thermal so I can find it, maybe I can't find it and I use a thermal to find it. That's ethical to me because otherwise, a lot of people, if they shoot an animal and they can't find it, they're gonna go shoot another one. But we can't write that in because it's not forcible. You can't write in, well, you can have thermal, you can use it for retrieval, but you can't use it, right? It's not enforceable. So I do think there are ethical ways to use a thermal in the hunting realm. but the reason that I'm against it is the enforceability.
So we're gonna take lunch.
You wanna go to smart optics real quick?
We didn't, nobody went to Smart Optics.
Oh, okay. Sounds like. So-
Yeah,
so-
nobody went there.
So everybody's good with that one then? Let's check that one.
Well, that's an interesting point. I wanted to see better definition of smart.
Jason?
Probably me.
Yeah.
You just wanted clarification on.
Yeah, I mean, smart optics to me seems very vague. Like, is it a scope that has a built-in rangefinder? Is what is this?
It's like Bluetooth optics where you can arrange something, dial it in your phone and it adjusts the reticle automatically in your rifle scope. So the second part of the wording for smart optics was keeping things as is, where the only thing that's legal is a lighted reticle. So it can't adjust, it can't do anything. It can't automatically with smart optics or like Bluetooth connectivity to your phone, adjust.
This
Okay.
is,
And
this
if
is
I was
not,
the only one dissenting, then I would approve. And we could put that one on the approved list.
what I had on the paper says, under current regulations, smart optics are unlawful when attached to or incorporated in a firearm. While scopes with battery powered or tritium lighted reticles are allowed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why did you shake your head, Larry?
What?
Were you responding to me?
I apologize.
Okay,
No,
that's all right.
This is more of this whole. I was thinking broader.
Okay, so if we include that wording, does it make it work?
That's the current.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as
I'm not sure why it's not here.
That's the current regulation.
Yeah, it's just a restatement of the current regulations. So I'm not sure why it's not included, but I'll pop that in, so we're okay on smart optics?
If I were the only dissent, then I say it's approved.
Okay, smart optics is added to the list. And you may go have some lunch.
See what I did there for you guys?
Nice work, Jason. No, you're perfectly fine.
30 minutes?
There's enough lunches for you two and for you two, sir.
Hey, Wendy,
Ah,
when would you like us back?
30 minutes.
Answer that. Is there an option for us bringing that in here and working, for bringing our food and working through since I have to drive?
Let me ask.
Okay.
Would you all be willing to get your lunch and come back in the room and work through lunch? Where?
I'm good with it.
Hey, so come right back then, okay?
That's why we're all here. I'm way better than you. And see, that's everything. I'm like, hell yeah.
Wendy, is everything on you?
But the drone was pretty well. The drone.
Am I the only one not hearing anybody anymore?
No, sir, they've got their fishing game main thing Zoom muted, so we can't hear anything going on in the office, so to speak.
Gotcha. I was wondering if they decided not to come back or something.
Yeah, that Dustin guy, he's causing a lot of trouble.
Oh, no. Yeah, I can't hear anything other guys, but
Yeah. And I think it's just if their IDFG zing is muted, so we can't hear.
Gotcha.
That's okay. Chances are it's just a bunch of smacking gums, anyways.
Yeah.
Hey, you too, Hunter. We'll catch you later, bud. It is something watching yourself eat on a big screen, though.
You eat it, and then all of a sudden you watch your mouth move and eat it.
Exactly.
that's why my video's off right now, Dustin.
I turned mine off while I ate too.
I just have no pride.
It's all right. We like watching you eat there.
I wish I could make it look better.
And Dustin, I had no problem with your comment on making that a seat, just a complete no dates in regards to that imaging.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could get behind that too. My comment is just more that changing some verbiage at the last second can be really difficult, especially when you've got some people in the room that don't support the recommendation at all as it is,
Yeah.
and then proposing, and I know we're trying to get to a compromise. I fully understand that, but then we've got even more things to overcome and hurdles to even come to a consensus. It's pretty tough.
Yeah.
This is tough.
No, that's why the kind of had the prerequisite of I'll support it. I just
Right.
have my own personal drawbacks to it for the intent of what we're doing here. It makes perfect sense to me. However, right, if I had my way, it would be different, but it's not my way.
Exactly. And that's why I had my comments. I don't know if you guys were able to see those in regards to the trail cam thing. I didn't necessarily support the recommendation, but I'll join in and move it forward for the broader discussion amongst Idaho's hunting public. So we'll see where this goes.
Right. It's going to be interesting, man. It really, really will.
So you're getting spring up your way finally? Got some thaw and
I don't know. I woke up to snow this morning. So yeah, spring in the mountains, I suppose, is about right.
Yep.
It's currently 40 degrees and 22-mile-an-hour winds, so it's
Oh, yeah.
warmer than it was last week, but it's not nice by any means.
There's still snow at my house. It snowed all night. But we're supposed to be up in the 60s this week or close
Oh
to.
yeah. Now they're calling by Wednesday here. We're supposed to be in the mid 60s with like 40-degree nights, so it's we're gonna see a lot of water hitting the basin here real quick.
Yeah.
I hope it snows really hard up until April 15th.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the yeah, especially for you, right, Doug?
Yeah, and then quit. Be really nice.
Storms all the time. No, it's pretty common. We get most of our snow up here in April or March and April anyways. So this is usually when we get our big, nasty, heavy old bullcrap snow.
I can't see. I don't know if you two, are they working in the room there? I thought they were coming back and.
Oh, there we go. Now they unmuted their Zoom. We can hear now.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, we're coming back, everyone online.
We're coming back. Is that
Yep, there we go.
Okay. All right. So we have moved drones and smart optics into the approved category. And we are not in agreement on night vision or thermal imaging optics. the two more that have, what's that?
Can I say one, my thing on the night vision?
Sure.
I just want to say, on the night vision, after talking to Ellery and Greg about that you can walk in and walk out and not be in violation, I'm okay with the night vision there, as it's worded now, like, you know, that's understanding the wardens and how they do that, going in and out, I'm good with that now. Yeah.
Well, since you brought it up, and you're okay with it, where do we stand as a group on that topic?
Still one truck.
Still one truck.
Does it fix it if we say we propose this so long as the commission finds it enforceable? That way, we're not determining if it's enforceable or not, but we're putting that on the commission.
How about we did the same thing, or as the commission deems appropriate?
I could get on board with that. Yeah.
Are we still just an audience of one?
For night vision, whatever, yeah.
I mean, I thought we needed to.
Well,
Or is it just the retrieval part that you have a problem with, Ally?
guys, one conversation at a time, please. No, there was a little sidebar here. I'm lost. You said what? You asked Kelly a question.
I just asked, is it just retrieval that you have the problem with? So if they were used for retrieval and that was put in for a reason like retrieval. Or is it other things other than retrieval?
It's the enforceability thing, like I said, that, they don't really have. So that's why you're wrong.
I wasn't trying to open discussion again, I was just saying that,
Good, I think it's good that we're gonna go down.
yeah.
So does this leave it, Hallie, to the commission to decide whether it's enforceable?
I mean, that's not what we're gonna.
I'm
If they
sorry?
didn't want us to consider enforceability, then they wouldn't have put that inside here.
It's say that we're fully on board with the caveat of enforceability. And leave that to the commission. If that's our one hangup, I think that's pretty good, and we can push that forward with that. If everybody's good with that.
I mean, you're are good with it, Hallie's not.
No, I was just
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah.
If that's the one issue.
Yeah,
Question for Mr. Whitman is.
he's gone.
Oh,
Oh, here he is.
So,
You're gone.
I mean, that enforceability is a question on anything that we can push forward. There's a challenge for that, regardless of which one. So is there somewhere we can get, and particularly the thermal imaging, where enforceability is not perfect, it's never gonna be perfect for that, but somewhere that it passes a lab test for your crew to be able to do their job in the field and have a functional case to prosecute.
I don't know that I can answer that right now. You know, it really comes up to what the group feels and what consensus you guys can come to. I'm certainly comfortable with, here's how we feel about this item, and here are the things that we think are challenging. One of them could be enforcement, you know what I mean?
So at the beginning of the day, I said, perhaps I should have included the sidebars in the preamble. We could drop them in and then have a statement that said something like, in the opinion of the working group, enforceability remains up to the department to determine. I mean, you're not experts on enforceability, right? Helen?
I'll just say that, I think it's important to remember that these are just recommendations. The commission is going to do whatever the commission wants to do. And they're gonna consider our recommendations, and they're gonna consider the fact that I'm the only one holding this up, right? And I'm fine with that. I know that's the process. Just as a matter of my own personal convictions, I just can't get on the course, but I think it's important to recognize that doesn't mean that the commission can make whatever decision they want.
But when we call for consensus later in the day, are you saying that you will not support the entire recommendation going forward if these two are in?
Well, I thought we were taking them piece by piece.
No, I know we are, but right now, these two are not on the list of where they're in agreement. And
I can agree with those two.
so you will be out of consensus for the package. Okay,
If they were in, is what she said.
Finally,
yes, you may.
we are giving recommendations to the commission.
We're giving what?
We're giving recommendations to the commission. As it stands right now, looking at the survey numbers, thermals are a hot button item for everybody in the state. They're not in favor for the majority of items. The commission is not only looking at our recommendations. So even if we cannot reach consensus on these items, they may still be something that is looked at. We have one of our commissioners sitting right here with us listening to this conversation. So if we can't reach consensus, if Hallie's principles will not allow her to violate that, or this will violate Hallie's principle of this, I feel like we should move forward and.
Without including those.
Without putting those.
Okay,
I would ask the further question, would the commission be constrained to only looking at those items we push forward?
No.
Okay, and since this is a hot topic issue with the public, maybe we don't need to give it a blessing here, it'll still land on their desk.
Well, we're gonna deliver two different things here. We're gonna deliver the proposals and we're gonna deliver the debate.
Okay,
And I think if the commission digs in on the debate, they will be able to make their decisions.
gotcha.
the numbers that are present on the piece of paper will be transmitted to them, so.
Right, so process wise here for everyone. We will move forward with the recommendations via consensus to the commission for consideration. We will also describe the entirety of the process that took place and talk about the things that almost got there, the things that weren't even close to getting there, and then we'll also present information on the survey. We'll also present information on the public feedback, so all the information that you all have received will also be provided to the commission and will be discussed and presented. So the purpose of consensus is to trim the noise, right? Clearly, this is a topic that has a lot of noise, as it should, because it's a lot involved. But the purpose of consensus is to trim the noise to what can the Idaho public all get on board with. And in that process, we can also see what part of the topics being discussed could most of the public get on board with and not all. And I think Hallie being, for example, not calling you out specifically, Hallie, but on this discussion with thermals, right? If you look at the survey, yes, it is overwhelmingly that the support or that there's opposition to thermals. But in the Idaho public, it is not 100%, even in the survey, right? So I think that even in this process, if we aren't able to get to consensus on a topic like that, it also stands to show that this is a representative sample of the hunting public of Idaho. So consensus is meant to trim the noise. What can we all agree on? Because that's powerful. And then everything else will also get relayed. And then it will be up to the commission to determine what they want to do with taking into account all of that information.
You could also include a statement in your final product that says, these topics, we were not able to reach consensus on how to deal with them. Which
Thank
just,
you. I think that'll help.
Okay.
Sure, that helped me.
okay. Are we ready to move on?
Please.
Okay,
Yes.
so the two additional ones that have a small amount, I don't mean to diminish it, have some opposition are transmitting trail cameras and modern muzzle loader. And then we have the big one. Long range hunting. So who would be willing to work on modern muzzle loader? If you had to make a choice between those three topics. Okay. And how many would be interested in working on transmitting trail cameras? Okay, so we still have folks that are willing to work on those, so we're gonna have 2 small groups. One working on modern muzzle loader and one working on transmitting trail cameras. And the rest of you are tackling long range hunting.
Oh, I see.
Does that change how you just voted?
I liked it, Wendy, that was a good one, I liked it. It's flush move.
I think I've been overruled though, so.
Long range the entire group together.
Okay, so long range is the entire group together. Does that mean we're not gonna even try to tackle modern muzzle loader?
No,
and
let's split
transmitting?
that in half and do those two ways.
Can we do those two real quick?
Can we do those without breaking out?
Yes.
Possibly.
Do all 3 of these topics with all of
I
you?
didn't say all 3. I did not say all 3.
Well,
Yeah.
modern muzzle loader, and I just don't want it to take the whole afternoon with everybody together.
15 minutes, all we need is like 15 minutes.
Okay, modern muzzle loaders, transmitting trail cameras. Transmitting, where's transmitting trail cameras?
On this.
And then for short range.
Okay. I'll send you. I'm so boys and girls.
Didn't specify.
Anytime sooner.
I guess, so your issue.
That's what I'm doing, right? Yep.
Are you saying in rule a delay or a delay? If it was. It's not gonna be a shooting.
Yeah, that's the tough one.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I would have.
So, Adam, you pay Adbury on here, his comments mine are. You guys are gonna start closing. I am, okay, mine come down to this. Alright, we look at the comments.
Anything goes in short range.
First, I look at it, this is public, right? That's public one, we got coming in, do you think everybody opposed? A lot of people think that's, no consensus. We look at the statewide survey, 52 in support. So you're about 50-50. 5 or 6 years ago, that's what the commission. Back 62, 64%. Very Chenoweth, he was one of the commissioners. Came back for one. It's about the consensus. If you're 50-50, there's not really a hard argument on. To go away from it. And that's, my comments in here are probably gonna be 30 seconds.
Now it's 209. Get online again.
That's very.
Okay. And then I'll invite you to the breakout.
Okay, well, I don't think there's any question
And these, most of those groups that shoot or meet.
400 or 500 yards.
Feel that it is ethical.
And
There's a lot of things in our lives. Get a notification.
Whatever.
Says,
They're shooting.
"Hey, we'll do this up here, yeah, we're just gonna use jumping. Go out there and while that, he's not just standing there. He's gonna be.
Well, you have to just and really, it's about.
And so that's
Well,
where.
we started with-
Deer and elk.
I don't know that it's important, but if we, you know.
So, primary, but it's almost sort of here.
Yeah, so.
That's a long way. It's a little vague, that there could be,
No, no, we're not saying.
It would be, so short range is still for all the weapon flavors, right?
I think it's kind of weird there.
It would be taking the muzzle loader only regular.
If you could.
And applying that to.
So where am I putting it?
Probably pretty close.
Same thing, simplifies it so it's not.
To the
you can
service
use one type of muzzle loader.
1 second there.
And then a different type of.
So
muzzle
in
loader
the
in short
disclaimer.
range, and again. Regulation.
They also
The-
I think we have this technology be ethical. I'm
We
done.
should think ahead where.
And I've had
If
to
there's
deal
going
with
to
before,
be.
I've killed animals that I've never
I
seen
should
on
for
the
potential shift to
That's
more
not my point,
opportunities
it's
via
the
archery, muzzle,
So,
short range
I put some
shooting.
comments in there, I really,
There's
the
going to
biggest
be
concern is,
more
if we don't bring this
emphasis
up ready,
for
we
opportunities for short range weapon
to the
season.
venue that public
And the
assistance
intent is in short range, but again, where do we draw the line on short range? It's relative, but I think
commission with expandable.
shooting beyond like 200-300 yards,
This came
when
from
multiple
human
orders
petition.
or when short range seasons
And even what
started
came to the
20 years
commission,
ago,
petitions.
the muzzle loader technology was there, just shoot 500 yards.
Accepting all.
Otherwise, I suspect those restrictions would have been.
So,
So,
I'm gonna support it.
those
I don't
are
necessarily
my
agree with it,
arguments.
but I wanna support.
So in this, you're not okay with that, you want the current short range. Even though that.
I cannot see a difference between.
I'm good with that.
Looking from. the
But are you against applying them to the short range?
The show camera. sent
Weapons.
my phone, I understand.
Okay, and what?
But we
so
have,
you-
we have,
Is it the
yeah,
scope you
we
want?
have already said we don't want.
No, it is.
It's what the scout would.
Our director of game is one.
If we could put a time.
What, but you got an opportunity.
And
Different.
and there's already season.
Right.
That, I wanna see that.
The opportunity gives you whatever.
Really tough to.
But if
I
you
live
get
with
technology, it keep me all.
But you're like, man, I got it.
Whether it be, where they're.
Short range.
Your proposal is more of a.
I know, we're.
Restriction.
They're short range.
Technology. It's not like the muzzle. Do you want to send you a picture for 2 days, or you want?
Keep the walls or restrictions.
I don't know if that's.
Well, you can, yeah, I have.
Love that.
I have it.
We wanna go.
They're also, I don't have to go check them every day out of my sense.
I mean,
You got me my wheelchair about.
Just using this conversation.
She doesn't have that health issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we need to.
So they are like, there's no, see it, it's right now.
I think you're right.
That.
Oh, but your but your cameras aren't sending you a picture 2 days after.
Right, but you're just.
And I think. And I think that means. The intent is a different short.
And I'm asking for that.
There are seven out here.
Stop, not all.
They want to check it, make it a law. And then going down here is 53. It's just a short range. And to me, it's like.
Yeah.
Like, to your
It's
point.
completely.
But you would-
Yeah, they need.
I didn't give him a time limit, did I?
So it's like it's all.
I didn't give him a time limit. I said-
So this is not.
You're good.
This is
You're-
not-
you're
Yeah.
aggressive.
Yeah.
Cameras at large. This is
Yeah,
not-
but that's-
you know, like,
Oh, yeah,
So you can have, you can have your regular.
I'll say the biggest thing you're.
Because I can't eat it, so I think.
Check out.
Okay, hold on. So we got a big concern.
Do you need
James
help?
was speaking first, please.
No, I was.
What I don't wanna do
clarifying for the
is
group that
have
has
the
a
second
specific
picture of that
transmitting
derail
trail.
or-
It's not
Right.
static image of the trail. Just so we don't get.
I absolutely, I'm spot on with that, I'm concerned though, if I had
A bunch, yes.
A bunch.
Kind of taken away.
I'm trying to find something that the other users will more agree. Yeah, you can keep them, but you can't have a set, you can't have it on your settings faster than 48 hours. Or you get it. That might be.
That's not.
Might be.
Who, wait, who at this table
Some sort of.
has a problem with it as it, like, is willing to say they don't want to say?
I'm one of them because the public comment isn't there.
Okay.
And it's not changing the requirements.
I don't think there's a way to tell.
Then what is, I mean, there might be on fairs.
Separate issue.
But everything. I have no problem with that, but I just.
Bears aren't.
Bears not included, maybe animals, but other than that, if the public opinion isn't there on the survey, now it could put, well, it's 50/50. I put, it's 50/50. Could put it out in the whole state, but, you know,
And since it's 50/50, that's why I tried to think something. All right, you get to keep them, no, you can't send it, you can't get a picture of that house here.
Really, you can unload it, so we're not talking.
One of the.
No, he's talking about the restriction on the short range.
So, shock.
But yeah.
Outside the store, it's open trail.
You know.
What if?
There is.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing we'll be able to pick up some consensus on is.
I'm sorry.
We like.
I can
them
do
all
it on
for
the box.
regulations out there.
Yeah. Picture, video, itself.
I know, but.
So that's a service and
That's
that's.
it. It's a different.
Should title 36, but it's really reconsider or reconsider.
Okay, so there's a regulations for that.
It's not. And that's your best judgment on.
So I mean, that's what I was kind of getting at.
So just broadly being like,
Maybe something we should have been
we
talking
didn't
about.
get time really to dig into
Is
short range.
the cell information we have to scout.
And we got there through the.
That's- yeah, so that's totally outside of
That is a.
I'm still.
Let you do a lot better than what.
So is there any other,
the intent
complaints about the wording of as it?
Having a,
Does anybody else?
small, 1 or 2 sentence, right, where it says.
Have any
Yeah,
or is it just the fact
reconsider
that
or
the public's?
yeah, what the intent is.
Which is valid.
Yeah, we can put it out to the rest of the
Yeah,
public.
and then just say.
That's what they did the first time, they took a pie out of every region.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the national survey. That's
Why
why.
don't we get another tool?
Yeah.
That they could use, if the data.
Well, so process wise,
Stuff that happens
this is
today,
still-
and Toby announced this, I've been talking to Fish Game about it. and
going a little bit more, there will be actually get the correct comment.
It would be a tool
So that
they
it will
could, sure,
be.
Toby said, there's hardly any short range.
As long as that goes out to the public, like they're saying.
It will.
It'll go back out, as long as it goes out to everybody, you can move forward, right?
You're good with it if.
You can move forward, but it just has to go through that entire problem.
Yeah.
That's what.
The commission-
Yeah, exactly.
Commission perhaps have to say, yes, move
So
forward with the
I would say this would
If
be
the
a
commission says
different
yes, move
section,
forward with
so
the
this is
meeting,
outside of.
then we will take these recommendations.
Yeah, I totally.
We'll do the actual red line suggested language changes to accomplish the intent of the
And then
recommendation.
just have a
Then
quick
those
sentence
rules
to
go
say,
out to the public for
consider what the
recommendation.
intent of short range seasons are, and if
60 days,
the
90 days.
current.
What's that?
How long was the rule, the public comment?
It's only 20.
20 days,
Make your.
goes out for 20 days, so I was thinking.
Yeah.
Goes out to the
We're
public.
much more efficient.
Goes out to the public for 90 days.
How was it released to the public for the review and their comments?
It's on our website and we do press releases and.
So it goes to the guy who's got it, right?
We give it to them as we run it.
Oh, okay, yeah, cause that was super important when I was going and talking to people.
Yeah.
Twin poles on.
That's where you know.
And then.
And we can also.
Right.
I'm okay with it.
Ready for
home. That was his that.
I know, and you're.
So, the current wording. Is there anything else that?
Honestly, I'm in the middle of this whole process with all that stuff, yeah. I wouldn't mind on this one.
In short lane, they ought,
I think
I
that's
say,
all.
well, things.
And I think that's just simply like, it's kind of cool to have pictures and it will show. So it's a little bit more of a reasonable. So I don't have to change the date, I wouldn't mind like language at the end or an end. Or a commission and the commission.
I guarantee you, like, because so, yeah, you have all the hunters, you really like there is a lot of people that.
I started being with them.
Well, and this is not, and why we're part of the safety, and this isn't an outright ban, this is just a complete ban, like, you can't carry a gun in the woods during gun season if you don't have a gun tag, right? I mean, that kind of water. That's the second amendment, blah, blah, blah.
You just know also on the other side, they're gonna stay for their.
Yeah.
At or within 50 yards of an active area, there's gonna be people, just like our whole bunch of trees. Iowa. Iowa says big numbers, I know, like, where I'm going with that is, someone's gonna put a bear baiting tag on a water yard. It's saying, you know, it's just that energy.
All the other ones are, you know, a couple hundred yards.
But you could argue.
So we're just saying, it's one of the small problems.
48 hours.
Can be.
Regardless of where you
That's what the bear bait. Well, you can claim the multiple of them.
No, but that's all the team. I like it. People are getting paid.
So,
Yeah, yeah. It is.
Well, the 80%.
So,
Yeah.
I don't even know right.
But everybody goes.
So, if you consider a technology.
Yeah,
I think.
You guys on the computer, give her that?
So I can support that. There's really deer and bull hunts in August. So we'll think of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like that. Cost you another cookie. Perfect.
And whether they allow.
You know, you can go to Cabela's. Deer bait.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, oh, yeah.
No way.
Illegal.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the state of Idaho.
Short range season.
Well, people do that recreation.
Is it really about being short?
But
Just not during hunts.
Well.
They will continue to short during-
They might.
We have to have an inspection. Yes. We will see cameras all over.
Right.
All kids now recreation. We have to. Teaching it as a.
That's savage.
Right. We can't prove if somebody taking pictures on recreational.
And I would say.
Versus someone taking pictures for the purpose of hunting and scouting. Always hunters when they're holding their head.
I would put it as technology.
But it's.
Technology.
Yeah. You've never bought a hunting rifle. You probably were a hunter.
It's not like it.
Okay, I've fallen off.
Here's the guy.
Yeah. Right, right.
With his.
So we're striking the second sentence.
You're gonna see some.
Bear hunting.
That's tough.
There's a different recreation, it's not about muzzle.
Hey, Ellen, we've been monitoring. This is the mic.
Oh,
Don't, you want to leave it
It's
on?
just one.
It's just once, like I said.
I can't go Thank you all. But yeah.
I was curious if you guys are the ones that like freaking words and.
Are you guys done? Actually, back to you, Chair. Oh, thank you. The trail cameras,
I don't.
this side of the room, what did you come up with?
We had a very lively discussion about transmitting trail cameras, and everyone at this table was in agreement to push forward with what is currently up there. Am I correct with that?
Correct.
Move to the committee, they'll move to the commission, then the commission will put out the survey statewide where it's pretty much 50-50 and see what
Let them grab.
comes back next.
Okay,
Well done,
are
this
we,
side of the room.
are we all?
Well, we still have to get you the buyout from your side of it.
I'm in.
Yeah. Are we good?
Progress.
Uh-oh,
Trying to turn things.
mute it. No, it's no, here. No, it's there.
Jeez Louise.
That text melted, it's fun.
So, no, it's
It's
mine.
yours.
I go.
I'm like, no, I hit the mute button.
There we go. All right, yes.
So I'm just. This makes me nervous because there was not public support for this, and that makes me worried about representation on this one. Any thoughts on that?
That was
That's
the,
our conversation was about that.
go ahead.
Yeah, so like this one right here, right, similar to muzzleloaders, 50-50, 52%, whereas 48 was not. It's about a wash, right, guys? So on this one, it can go to the commission and the department's gonna put out a public comment. They'll get more of a bigger pie of that and see where it's at. If it's still 50-50, the commission's gonna have to make a decision on that, right? But anytime you're 50-50 on something, it's kind of a wash, right?
Can I read what Derek wrote?
Yeah.
He said, I can support this recommendation, knowing that it will move forward to negotiated rulemaking and be vetted with the entire hunting public of Idaho. I will put my faith in that effort to produce the best solution possible. I just want this to be viewed in full light as it is close to a split between support and oppose in our society. Move it forward. So it's punting it.
Yep.
That's a
Next
bad
slide.
word. It's moving it forward to let that process work it out. And that's what I'm hearing you guys said you came up with, right?
We're waiting to see what the rest of the state says on it. If it comes back 50-50, then they'll have to, that's why they make the big bucks. To make that decision.
So transmitting trail cameras moves forward.
Is anyone opposed in the room? Is anyone opposed for it moving forward? Show of hands?
And just to be clear, it doesn't mean it got its consent, right? Because it did.
Right.
This is not reaching, I mean,
We haven't put the
We're fine.
package together for consensus yet, but are you saying that you can't support?
I can support, no, but I'm just to clarify, because I know Hallie's a little worried too. We don't have a consensus on it. We're just saying, that we want the commission to consider it. Am I wrong or
The
right?
We all
consensus,
agreed that it should move forward.
Wait, it says as
Oh, just our
determined.
table.
and then we're asking the.
Okay,
legislature.
yeah, okay, gotcha.
Correct.
With those new words in there, right? Okay,
I'm going to accept these changes.
okay. Modern muzzle loader.
Yeah, I can speak to this one. So the holdouts for the muzzleloader proposal as it stands was primarily the short range weapon season component. So everyone, I think, is on board with keeping muzzleloader regulations during muzzleloader only seasons as is. So
That sentence is good.
that, yep, that's good. The second part of this and what we revised or we have developed a second recommendation is related to short range weapon season. So the proposal, and we didn't really have time to get to this, but through the muzzleloader discussion last time, led us to muzzleloader technologies within short range seasons, hence that second line. Our proposal is to have another recommendation to the commission that says the commission consider the weapons allowed in short range seasons and whether they align with the intent of short range hunting seasons. So how short range hunting seasons were established 20 years ago, the technology for those short range weapons, primarily muzzle loaders in a lot of sense, have probably exceeded what the intent of short range weapons or short ranges are, and that you could plausibly shoot 600-700 yards if you wanted to with unlimited muzzleloader technologies out there. So this is our recommendation. Commission, look into this because we didn't have time, and use your best judgment if you think the current weapons within that align with the intent of the
So
season.
is that deleting the second sentence?
Yes, that is
It's a
deleting
different-
this.
It's a
Yep.
new recommendation, though. It's not under the heading of modern muzzle loader.
Yes.
Okay,
It's under the heading
so,
of short range hunting.
Delete that, Ellery, yeah. or
okay,
thread it
so
out.
my question
Yeah,
for
delete
Aaron,
that.
There it is.
then what is this new short range?
Yeah. So it's a different heading. So. Opposition to the new recommendation. Is everyone okay with it moving forward?
So a question on that one, would it be better suited to call it traditional muzzleloader technology or modern?
Traditional probably, traditional probably.
Yeah, I think traditional would be,
Or just muzzleloader technology.
yeah.
Yeah.
Modern
I need that.
I know.
insinuates,
Add some
I
things.
think that's advanced technology.
So we're gonna change it to muzzle loader technology? Okay,
This,
Yeah,
Yeah.
just get rid of modern.
okay,
Or-
and then I'm waiting for Juanita when she's done to
Yeah.
put it back so I can visit my regular computer and my typing stuff on a new keyboard.
so this black pen is wanting to take a break. But the new one is called short range weapon season,
Could just be short range weapons.
or
Yeah,
hunting is what we put.
Do short range.
yeah, short range weapons is fine.
Weapons, not seasons?
Yeah, the seasons is a little bit misleading in that it's
Short range
days,
weapons.
so yeah, short range weapons.
Did we get agreement that that was good?
Yes.
Okay. Hunting seasons, is that what we?
Short range weapons.
Okay. Now.
Maybe you can hear me now.
We can hear you now.
Sir.
Apparently I've been muting when I was trying to argue with everybody in the last batch. And I didn't catch that. Anyhow, I just want to say, I keep hearing 20 years ago, but this was actually adopted in the Idaho code in March 31st of 2022. It isn't like it's that old of a deal for the short range weapon that has been considered.
don't think we heard the first part of what you said.
So this short range weapon season, everybody keeps saying that it's been ever evolving for the last 20 years and that they need to take a look at it, but they just adopted this in 2022 of March. So I mean, just 3 years ago, they adopted this. And they added in, at that point, they added in the handguns with the
Ethan?
Great Wall cases.
Okay,
So, point of clarification, Greg, go ahead.
So I think you're looking at the IDAPA rule, which gets changed occasionally through the legislative process. So the short range weapon seasons have been around for 15 years, maybe. At least 20, actually. 2013. So what you're seeing there is just an update in IDAPA rule. The short range weapons seasons package hasn't changed for 15 to 20 years. We've been using it that whole time.
does
But
it,
when they made that change in the IDAPA rules, did you not take a look at all the short range weapons at that time? And what's considered to be short range?
Let me get offline with him so I can talk him through the process.
Well, just, you just want to answer.
I'll clarify the date piece of it. So it's just a publication through the rules process. So the Office of Rules Coordinator publishes rules. The legislature has had a couple different sunset scenarios, so it is dates on every single rule for every administrative rule in the state of Idaho. So don't assume that just because that date says 2022 or 2023 means that the content of the actual rule changed during that time.
Or was reviewed.
That's right.
but my question is, does it mean you don't support the recommendation?
I am one of the ones that was opposed to supporting this recommendation.
This is a new recommendation.
Of this, I mean, they are changing the wording in it. Which I guess I'm happy for that because we do need to keep the muzzle loader separated from the short range.
Ethan, we are dividing them up, so the muzzle loader technology recommendation is the only things that are that is being proposed is the stuff that is in black. The red has been struck, so they're proposing that we remove the stuff in red in this muzzle loader technology recommendation.
And then creating a new category.
Correct, now they are offering up the creation of a new recommendation specific to short range weapons, which is this part in red. Adding that in because to the point that was made by Tim, just because that date on the reg says that it was updated 2 years ago, or that it was done 2 years ago, it has not been reviewed since in that time period, and it's short range weapons and short range weapon season has been around for at least 20 years. And technology has changed in that.
So my question is, can you support this?
I agree that technology has changed in that, but I also know that there's also another proposal that's been put out by Bryce that we are all looking at, that was on the survey, and you guys, I believe, were ranking them a little while ago.
We haven't tackled that one yet.
I know we haven't, but it's gonna play into that with whatever you guys decide on this.
Oh, my question is, can you support what's on the screen right now? The muzzle loaders,
I can support the muzzleloader technology.
and can you support the short range weapons?
I can support, yes, I can support that they need to look at that.
Okay,
All right. So it is 1:30 and we are scheduled to end at 3 o'clock. We have one really big topic, but we have not called for consensus. I'm working from an assumption that the things in the package right now are marching very close to consensus in the room. Okay, so how do you want to spend the rest of your time together? Then
So
fist
we-
fights isn't a
For
option.
clarification, we have 3 items that were not a consensus. The night vision, thermal, and the elephant that we haven't tackled.
Yeah. And night vision and thermal have had a lot of discussion already, and I think you wanted to move to a full room discussion of long range hunting.
Would anybody have any opposition of just like getting through each of these and getting a vote on these before we move to the next one?
Approving the package.
Well, it's not just like a package. Can we just go through one at a time to make sure we're clear on each of these?
That's
Those have already
what we're
been-
doing today. But
You have to approve. And then-
no, all of these were approved as we went through it today. I thought,
Yes. I'll just read it right aloud there, so.
yeah, just hanging paper roll.
So you're not gonna ask for another final vote on that? That's
We are going
okay.
to
No,
call for
nobody votes.
consensus.
That, and I
before
think
we
that's
leave
what he was
today.
saying.
But I wanted to affirm that I interpreted in the room, there was agreement on these.
Wendy,
Yeah.
there's a question. Did we get any hands raised in opposition to the transmitting trail cameras? Either online or in the room? Anyone opposed?
I didn't see any opposition. Am I incorrect?
There were concerns, but was that concern opposition?
My hand, yeah, I'm good with, but the trans, there's not overwhelming support for that. It makes me nervous to put that forward. So I don't know that I can support the trail camera thing.
So being the old man in new skin, I have issues with it because I look at it like live feed cameras in the woods. If that makes any sense, if that can throw it to anybody else's thought process, is you basically have a 24-hour camera set up in the woods that you can watch at any given time. That's my only opposition to the trail cameras. They're again very similar to the other ones. We have it where we have a starting point. We at least have a rule on the book that's addressing the situation. So I'm okay with it. I'm not going to not agree with the package because of the dates. I don't believe that they belong in the woods there again, but I'm willing to go along with the group's ideal as there again, right? Being able to drop some of my own little thought processes when it comes to videoing in the woods and having 24-hour capability of looking into your hunting spot. I would be willing to drop that little bit if we could get it for the hunting season, but I think it really should be addressed as a year-round opportunity to be able to view in the woods, and I don't think that that's a very fair chase proposition.
Well, we.
Agreed.
Okay. Yeah.
He's okay with it.
Yes.
Is what that was.
So it's coming off the package, am I correct, Kelly? What's that? Are we taking transmitting trail cameras off the package?
As a matter of representation, I would like to, that's.
Can we get to a neutral even? Maybe not 100% supporting that, but a neutral so we can put it forward to the commission and go through the process?
Right.
I mean, again, they're going to see all of this, so it's not like they're not going to consider trail cameras just because.
Ken, did you have your hand up?
Well, no, it was pretty much to her point, and I think the group tried to get there. Was that we know that this isn't strong one way, there's 50-50, right, was the discussion. That it's like, yep, we know there's concern with this and it can be problematic with some of the fair chase issues, and that they wanted to put it to the commission for consideration for them to decide. You know, when they put it to the greater group, right? This is we are a small representative, when they put it out for consideration in the rulemaking process, then it'll get sorted out.
Yeah, I think we need two categories up there to refine it, just one side got 100% and the other got darn close.
So night vision, thermal imaging, and transmitting trail cameras. The group was not able to reach consensus on, but we advanced them to the commission for further consideration.
I'm fine with that.
And this is all on enforceability?
We don't have to say why. We don't have to say why.
This is whether or not you believe it to be ethical, is what it really comes down to.
Unable to reach consensus.
But got close.
I mean, I just want to speak up now, because I don't want to get to the end and we have this whole package, right?
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what we're here for.
But,
Not close, not real close.
well, but agree that these are contentious topics. Okay.
To be considered by the commission.
Go ahead. Derek, you could hear us on there. You made a really good point during our trail camera discussion. You, I, and Matt all worked on the lighted Knox topic, and we're a part of that process. You mentioned that and brought it up. Would you mind sharing that with the whole group so we all understand your opinion on that discussion?
Yeah, certainly. So obviously this was moved forward to the department, the commission off and on for a while. It finally was put together as a formal petition, which any hunter can do that to the commission. There's 7 commission members. We heard it for lighted Knox, and it was a 6-1 vote on the commission. I don't have any problem with my fellow commissioners at the time, but I was the one vote saying we got to move it forward because we got to bring it to the public for broader discussion. So it failed. The petition was denied on a 6-1 vote, and it went the back door through the legislature. And so this stuff has got to see the light of day, or this is going to be the continual process moving forward. And that's the difficulty with this, right? So now you kind of see as a 24-member group, a commission is a 7-member group of hearing proposals from the broader public. It's hard to come to consensus. We're seeing it today. In fact, it's almost like, why are we even going to discuss long-range technology? Because we're not going to be in consensus. I mean, I don't even know what we're going to forward to as a consensus to the commission other than just, I guess, our work or our notes. So that's what happened. And yeah, went to the back door of the legislature because we were unwilling to hear it.
Thank you very much, Derek.
Thank you, Derek.
Unable to reach consensus, but agree these to be contentious topics that should be considered by the commission. Or what?
That's it.
That's all.
Yes,
So right now there's
And I-
3 bullets on there.
I don't think it would hurt to put down the vote time.
Please.
They're gonna
Kelly,
see all
you
that.
said
They'll get that. They'll get that. But
See it. They'll have all.
But I thought I heard sort of a subtext of as they relate to Fair Chase ethic.
I think that also be that. Yeah.
That's so.
That's implicit?
Yes.
Okay, okay,
They're very smart.
okay. So. We have long range hunting left, right?
Or do you want us to?
What?
You want to put long range hunting on there too?
No.
Oh.
Derek was sort of proposing that, but I don't know that. Is long range hunting on that list?
Yes.
Are we ready to try to tackle it?
Sure.
What? Why?
I have no idea. I'm your facilitator, I'm not an opinion
I
person.
mean, I'll start because I have the same question. What is long range hunting? What is the definition? What's the concrete definition of long range hunting? And there's not one person in here in this room that would agree on what that means. Is that me with my 30-30 out there trying to make a 220-yard shot with open sights? Is it someone with a 15-pound rifle and a 24-power scope on a tripod in a lead sled making a 1,200-yard shot? I mean, we don't have agreement on what even the words mean. How can we come up with a recommendation on how to enforce or address that? We don't even know what the words mean. It's kind of this nebulous idea.
That's because everybody's definition, everybody's experience and capability
Are
varies.
different.
So there's not a way to consensus, get to a consensus on it.
So I don't think there's an argument when we look at the data as far as the people out there and what hunters are willing to give up. I don't think it's as important, and those questions hunters always have to ask themselves as far as range of weapons. I think Larry and I both, what we've kind of asked for, because looking at the data, we're not gonna get a proposal in there to restrict it, because we don't even know if it have consensus even close on what it is. But no matter what, rifle technology is, we're reaching a boiling point. We really are, a tipping point, and we're not there yet. But what we would like to see is the commission and the department having other tools to put in place, like the mule deer, committee, that if they see an area that's suffering and they want to lower the success, that they can implement those other tools and put muzzleloader only or a short range weapon in certain instead of a broad statement or a scope restriction, which obviously nobody wants, except me. You know, I think that's what we're asking for. There's other ways to fight technology, and that's make it more difficult, and making it more difficult gives so much more opportunity, and that's what I'm in favor of, I'm talking about.
Go Larry.
I really feel like the recommendation I proposed is getting lumped into long range, but it really is not long range. It is, that recommendation is strictly, hey, fishing game, if you have units that are under objective, if they're in trouble, please consider all other means as opposed to shutting it down and making it a draw. It's not, this is, I have a 28 nozzler. My brother does too. He's got like a 280 Acme. It's crazy. And we enjoy shooting long range all the time. I don't want to see it go away. People should be able to do that. This is not about long range. This is just basically a recommendation that 50 years from now, someone can look at and say, hey, these guys supported the idea of not using draws to manage their game. They wanted something, they wanted to use other means, you know, anything they could to avoid becoming Wyoming or Arizona.
May I make a slight tweak to that statement?
Sure.
Says, going to a draw is a management tool.
Right.
And that we will never go, talking in absolutes is dangerous.
Right.
But to use the other tools in the toolbox
Yes.
before to try and prolong or preclude, not never.
Absolutely.
You have your hand up too? Okay.
I just needed a little bit more explanation of like what you envision those other means and methods to be.
So since we mentioned it, like unit 14 is one that everybody's talking about up at home. As one that might become a draw soon. It's a general season, you can hunt with anything you want in there, anytime. So, you know, so if there's no other option, you know, it's just gonna become, all right, there's 150 tags available, and if you're lucky enough to draw one in the next 7 years, you got it. You know, what I'm saying is, before we go down that road, we should consider that the last resort. You know, we should consider our management with shorter range stuff. Like, you know, maybe we have to make it a draw, the general rifle tag, but we'll keep an archery hunt in that unit, so the kids can look forward to going hunting every year. Or muzzleloader, or something like that, as opposed to just saying, all right, no, we're under objective, we can't get it, it's going to a draw. Just utilize our other tools in our toolbox, to avoid that outcome, because once they go to a draw, they never come back, ever.
What in your mind is the difference between a draw versus first come, first serve with capped tags?
Well, if you've been paying attention, that's gonna change too. Because,
Can I ask a question?
yeah, sure.
Is this outside your scope?
No.
Yes.
No, it's not. We're talking about using shorter range technology.
No, my point is your scope was to advise on technology. Right?
Yes.
And
Wendy, can I speak to that?
who's speaking?
This is Derek.
Yes.
So I just like to add a little bit of words to support of Larry. It is somewhat out of our scope, but we can recommend. We're never going to come to consensus on what long range is, and how to make that happen, right? So what Larry is saying is that there are other tools that we could maybe suggest, which we have done in a lot of these other recommendations, with enforcement and whatnot, that we look at that and we maybe create more short range seasons, which basically is limiting long range. So I'm in support of Larry. I don't like the never of going to draws, because certain things have their place, but I think we can make a recommendation. I don't think that's outside of our scope.
So, this is Tim for people on the call, but, I love the direction and the conversation as it relates to, there are times when a unit is, you know, the population is not doing well and we need solutions. And I honestly think Fish and Game has those scenarios right now, and invokes the tools that they have to get the game population moving in the right direction. Like, you know, maybe not everybody in the public has that faith, like, I do have that faith. I have a significant concern that the immediate, like making a recommendation of us going from a general weapon to a short range season is also definitively saying that's what we think the preferred tool is. And I know this, and I'm gonna say something that's outside of the scope of this conversation, but I think it's massively relevant. And there's a whole other work group that just finished to talk about non-resident tag allocation, as well as outfitter designation and allocation. And I think when we're talking about the total game population in a particular unit, we absolutely should not put technology or weapon restrictions on Idaho residents as the immediate way to get game populations back up in a particular unit, when there are other, in my view, much more effective scenarios that are outside of the scope of this conversation, but wouldn't negatively impact like the freedom, the rights of the individuals in Idaho who are, you know, have pursued game in those units as a family for years and years and years. And so like, I guess I'm not against the tool and Fish and Game's using the tool of short range weapons, and I'm sure they will do that when they want to do that. But I think coming out with a recommendation without the consideration of the things that aren't under the purview of this committee, I think is a bit short-sighted.
Similar, I mean,
I agree.
we paid the department because they're the experts on it. We got the biologists, we've got a lot of those tools in the box. They're watching this. Every region, went to a lot of commission meetings. Every region's got a little area that they're concerned about, and they're looking at those different tools that they can put in place. They're gonna figure those out. That's what they do. That's what the commission always weighing in on, but I don't know what that one was, but let them do their job.
Reminder though, this group is not about biology.
Yep.
This is very much a social
It is.
aspect of
It is. But if they do their flies, they fly over and they see, we got short numbers here, what is it regarding? And they look back at Toby's deal, well, we just had a drought, or we had a winter kill here. They're gonna step in there and say, this is something we may have to do, we may have to do with short range weapons, we may have to do some different
Right,
stuff there.
absolutely.
That's
All,
what they do.
all I'm saying, to anybody who supports it, yeah, if we need help here. And it's gonna happen, it's in any unit, that we would prefer exhausting, the use of other types of harvest before going to a draw, because once there draws, it's gone forever. It never ever comes back.
There's some current proposals right now, take them away, they go back to a general, so. That's not very often.
So what Larry, I'm 100% in support of restricting weapons over seasons. I don't like restricting tag numbers, I don't like restricting seasons. I much prefer to restrict weapons myself. I'm a self-restricted person. Toby and I have had this conversation probably a dozen times. But I very much understand Toby's point of view. It's what we call boutique hunts. They're hunts that serve a certain demographic very well. I myself propose traditional archery only seasons in areas where there isn't an archery season, but populations are abjective. I had several meetings about it. I get shot down. I don't think personally it's as understandable 100%. As Toby would tell you, if you start saying, okay, we're gonna restrict to this, and somebody's saying, well, we want to restrict to that, we want to restrict to this and that, and the other thing. Everybody wants their own hunt. That's kind of where you hit up on a real slippery slope. And I think, I had a point in a second, I forgot. The 20 years since you've been in the department. Yeah. You remember when they had the traditional archery season proposal that actually made it through?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
You
we
remember
still
the fiasco
actually
it was?
have the definition of traditional.
It's still in
archery
there,
In Idaho. Yeah,
But we don't have any hunts.
but I mean, the other social experiment that the fishing game did was we also tried to pull back on muzzle loaders because the muzzleloader technology had advanced, and then we said, oh, no, you know, we want to go back to just more like a traditional muzzleloader. And, you know, the person that led that effort from the department, you know, after all of the chaos that occurred after that, said it was the second best experiment next to prohibition. It didn't work. I mean, we immediately went back and we have now traditional muzzleloader hunts and we have short-range weapon hunts, which allow people to use all the technology that engineering has vested upon us in a muzzleloader. So yeah, yes, sometimes we learn the hard way.
Yeah, what was that traditional archery season, definition was passed, season was set. The public blow up over it was so terrible, the fishing game, no, absolutely not, it's done for. It was massive controversy, it got shut down, so. It's something I support personally, but I just don't feel like it's a good use of time.
I'm not exactly sure where we are.
We're at a wrap.
It doesn't feel like consensus to me, but
It's not a consensus, but I will say, when everybody did their voting, there were only 3 that were just against it. So that's doing pretty good.
well, I think that qualifies it for this list, but
All I'm asking.
I would make a recommendation that we look at what we have in front of us, and that's about what we have consensus on, I don't think.
so is long range hunting up here?
No, not long range hunting, but just the draws. Just my recommendation.
Okay,
Well,
but
That's not really technology, that's more of a risk management, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but they asked for that. And they're-
okay, wait a minute.
Yes.
Hold it.
I'm not clear on what we're doing.
Mindy, you're in charge.
We have consensus on that.
Call the power of the pen, right? I have the power of the
I
pen.
don't feel, it's sitting over there, I only had 3 people who didn't like it.
Yeah.
Nathan, that we should just move forward with what? Other than.
So do we stay silent completely now on long range or?
Oh, okay. What are we doing with long range hunting?
Nothing with long range.
Nothing. We're silent on it?
Right, but Larry's point is that his isn't specific about long range. His is about asking the commission to consider all options, including technology restrictions, before going to a draw.
But I wasn't, and I did not hear consensus to do that.
No, but it's, the vote is like 19.
Oh, so the vote goes forward in
The
the
vote goes
records of
forward.
what we
It didn't
did.
get a consensus. It did
Yeah.
not get a
So he's
consensus,
saying
but-
add this is, I'm not advocating, just making sure this is clear to the group. Larry is suggesting that add his recommendation about draws and technology to the unable to reach consensus, but agree that it should be considered by the commission.
So what is the wording?
I would think.
To be clear, I'm not supportive of putting that as a consideration.
I'm on the fence too.
I might be one of the 3 and that's fine, and it goes back to the other reality of, I think that's one, that is making a recommendation to the commission to do a rulemaking on one consideration of a management tool. And then there's so many other management tools that are outside the scope of this particular committee, and I think that's a disservice to do negotiated rulemaking on one item without also including all the other items that are, I think, in my view, way more impactful and would require statutory changes as it relates to non-resident or outfitter allocation and designation.
I kind of agree. I think it doesn't talk about technology, which is the scope of our tasking here. And I think it doesn't, I think if we saturate the unable to reach consensus list, it takes away from, these are 3 hot button topics that we all feel very, very passionately about. And we want you to know we feel passionately about it, and adding everything onto that list dilutes what we're trying to convey with that list.
So,
Can I get clarity on what that list is over there? So I just thought that was a given anyway, that you're gonna talk about all.
no,
the
this
things
will
that we
be,
talked about.
this will be included in the recommendation package. And it says, the Pat working group was unable to reach consensus, but agree that these topics to be contentious topics that should be considered by the commission. And those 3.
Question on that then, we came up and we all worked together on multiple
recommendations, so would it be that we just forward all of those and we just show the consensus versus not versus?
Yeah, this
taking
is just
seven
the,
topics
this
out?
is the very last thing in the
Okay.
recommendation.
Well, I'm
It
just-
says, we did not reach consensus, but we know these are contentious topics that we want the commission to take a good hard look at.
Sure, but I'm just, are there some recommendations we developed and we're not forwarding as,
Well, I think
that we did not reach consensus?
those three,
Oh, so
Draft
I
recommendation.
understand your question.
Where's
So
thermals and night vision?
when I talk to the commission and present what this group did, I will present, this is what reached consensus, this is what is being forwarded to you all for recommendation.
Over there.
Right,
yeah,
Yeah,
then we're gonna say, these are the ones that almost got there, that the group still thinks are important for you to take a hard look at, but are not part of the consensus package. That's this list. And then I will highlight, these are the ones that were discussed by the group,
okay,
but we didn't get close.
okay,
is
So
it fair to
basically
say we
everything
almost
focused-
got there on this list?
Yes.
Yeah.
okay,
Okay,
okay.
And they'll know
Thank you.
on what grounds it didn't get there?
We will include that, yes.
I personally, if my recommendation doesn't make it up, it is fine, I would just like it recorded that it got a 19-3.
yeah, I think all of that will be in the package that goes to the commission. Okay, so there's one more piece over there that we haven't talked about, and that's Bryce's.
Yeah, I can speak to that. That was kind of two things. That was a product of last meeting's discussion where was kind of trying to get ahead of what could have been a potential non-starter for this discussion, where it was a framework of where we could go from, where one, it recognized that the HAT group here talked about long-range technology, right? That was a huge component of this. It's kind of been simmering in the background. One, just wanted to make sure it was recognize that we talked about it, and then outline kind of two recommendations of here's our things that could be done. We don't propose any type of weapons restrictions or technology restrictions, but also recognize there might need to be some give and take related to some of these other management tools, as well as education, which was a huge component that has its own topic, but again, was important enough to restate. I think we're at a spot where we can just rescind that and not discuss it, or it gets lumped in with long range technology and is just kind of.
Well, all of
put to
those
rest.
will get transmitted. Is that
Perfect.
satisfying?
Yeah. I
Okay,
mean, that's,
okay.
yeah.
So the package includes these bullets. I have a question about preamble. Do you want the sidebars added to it?
I think we should.
Okay, okay. So, is there? I need the right and not high at the same time. Okay. Is the package just the preamble and the recommendations with this at the very end that says we didn't reach agreement on it? Okay, so that is the package.
I'm putting it together right now.
I am going to call for consensus.
Hold on, before we do that, let's pull this up so they can review them from last time, 'cause I have a feeling I don't wanna look at them. So,
One, we noticed that you didn't have on there the same thing that was on the paper. What was that one? It had the wording of
Smart
the
optics,
existing.
I think.
What?
Was it the smart optics with the?
I don't remember.
I think your paper had the actual definition and that just had, we
Let's see
recommend
if I can find it.
what we can get past.
What was it?
smart optics.
Not there yet.
This,
Is it there?
yeah,
What's it say about existing?
hold on. Under current regulations,
Oh, that is it. Yeah, so we need all those words.
Wendy?
Yeah.
Can I make a comment and then maybe call for a break while you guys are pulling together the final package?
Sure.
One of the comments I want us just to consider here is like, how strong that preamble is that we came up with in the entirety of this conversation. And, you know, if that becomes part of the decision-making criteria and framework for considering technology for the next 10 years, 20 years in the state of Idaho, that in itself is a massive accomplishment because it legitimately puts what I consider kind of the social and evidence science-based decision-making question and criteria in front of the commission of like, how should we even vet this in the first place? And so like, I view that as one of the biggest wins on this paper, and I know people might not view it and feel the same exact way, but I just think there's a massive amount of positive that can come from this, even if we didn't reach consensus on some of the more contentious topics, because that preamble and vetting framework is what can be used on those contentious topics if they ever go to negotiated rulemaking.
I agree, and I think that was very well stated.
I have a question on the principles. That's, the recommendation is use the same principles we used. Do they need to be repeated? I didn't think so. You think they do need to be repeated?
If they're gonna be a separate line item, I think they should be referenced.
Part of my concern about that is they are self-referential, the way they're worded. It's about how we're gonna do work as a working group. And you're saying this is how we want you to do it. So the term, it just feels kind of weird.
But I think if I remember the language on the evaluating it, it says like the commission should use this or use a similar version of this. And so it allows the commission to then make their
Okay.
amendments to make it
Okay.
specific.
Can you go to the principles one?
Copying and pasting right now.
So. So look at just the top part. Adopt similar principles. Does that work? And you want them in there, actually in there.
I think if you put it here, because we put all of these and their descriptions in our preamble, like we said fair chase ethic, and this is what we meant by that. I think if you just put the bulleted list here of fair chase, hunting opportunities.
That's what I'm suggesting.
I get rid of that makes more sense. Yeah.
Okay, so it's in the preamble, but you don't repeat it in the recommendation. Okay,
So we
Got
get rid of just these qualifiers. What I'm hearing,
yeah.
correct?
Okay. So you need to see it on the screen, but before we call to consensus.
I think that'd
When
be
we-
fair.
Can I say something? Could you guys take us off this computer so we can actually see the screen?
I'm getting ready to share it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just didn't want you guys watching me copy, paste, and do all the various.
Do we have the capability to print for everybody to review? Print 20 copies? We do?
It'll just take me we all let me.
We're gonna do it, 10 minute break,
Would that make you feel better?
do a break over.
Okay, so we're gonna take a break, but I want you back no less than 2:20. And just a little tidbit to put in the back of your head. Ellery wants a picture of everybody before you leave today, so at 3 o'clock, we're gonna take a picture.
Yeah, and that's including everyone on Zoom, so you'll be in the photo on Zoom. You'll get out of it.
Now that I've said it out loud, I can stop worrying about trying to remember it. Okay. All right, what is after?
Right?
And you can also send it out.
Yeah, already on it.
And I will speak. See, I stayed there. And I teach my kids this too. Right, it's massive, so if you.
My read as far as that whole there, I mean,
So I'm not sure I understand. She's gonna come. I don't know. I think. Good, well. I'll find out. I looked at the agenda and I. I'm not sure what's happening.
My brother named his dog Jack. Forever.
That's why.
Yeah. I think that's it.
I'm kidding. They won't all. Yeah. It's the only thing that's hearing. Yeah.
Ellen is having challenges, so we're just giving her a minute or two longer, okay?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's all, and it's just, that's what I got this better. I was just doing
We'll need all of you back. We're actually being fine.
I think we have enough for everybody in the room, so.
Back to work.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello.
It's okay, no problem. So here is a printout of the changes that we made today. The preamble's not here yet, but it was unchanged. Oh, by the way, I'm missing the comments, the proposed changes on the preamble.
Comment sheet.
The page of paper where they wrote down changes they wanted to see on the preamble and night vision. So if you have those with your papers, please share them before you go. What's that? I know. So, but it's, we've changed who's there so many times. But anyway,
Here it is.
oh, yay. Thank you.
And we need to also.
The change on the preamble was, there was one change on the preamble. No, there was one written down. I think, I don't remember what it was, but I'm not as worried about that as I am about anything else.
Probably highlighted in Commas Place.
What's that?
Probably highlighted in Commas Place.
Did you really write that down on a piece of paper? Can we run it through a spell check or hazard check?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. All right, so do you need a minute to review what's here? And they have it too, right?
Yes, and it's being shared on the screen.
Okay. So. Do you need a minute to review it? Okay.
Can I make a linguistic suggestion perhaps?
No, we're still letting people read. So hang on a
Okay.
second.
You bet.
Get started, everybody.
We have.
Okay, are you okay? Okay. Are you ready to talk? Okay. Are you there? Okay. So, at this point, I want to entertain changes that are required for you to be able to agree with it. Which is a long ways from spell checking and that kind of thing. Just really big picture. Is there anything you have concerns about your ability to support this moving forward?
Wendy,
Yes.
can we maybe get a show of hands of who supports it as is, and then we can work from there?
Well, yeah, can anybody not support it?
Not support what?
Okay, we've got
What was it not supporting, Wendy?
The package.
the package. So yes,
So I have like a technical amendment that can easily get to support, but there's a word that I would like changed within this. That I think is gonna be inappropriately used, that I'd like to discuss with this group. if that's
okay. Tell us what word.
So it's within education, it's on page 2. one of the potential strategies that we talked about says strengthening engagement with conservation groups to promote ethical hunting values. I don't think conservation groups are the entity that we want involved making the determinations or educational outreach, because I think conservation groups have significantly changed over the last 10 to 20 years. I would rather us say like hunting and sportsman groups.
I think we should just say stakeholder.
Stakeholder group?
Yeah, don't even,
I
yeah,
don't
something
think,
really.
because I don't think we wanna polarize it, I just say with stakeholder groups.
I'd be okay with like hunting stakeholder groups.
Yeah.
It sounds like hunting stakeholder groups is leaving other kinds of groups out. Is that intentional?
Well, in some instances, I do think we should intentionally leave out certain groups from determining ethical practices, because there's multiple states that have been co-opted by conservation groups in an inappropriate way.
And this is talking about fair chase hunting,
Yes.
so the argument could be made.
I agree. I think that's a good catch for sure.
Okay.
Hunting stakeholder groups.
Good catch.
I would also add on drones. Night vision and transmitting trail cameras. That instead of or as determined most appropriate by the commission, I would add time frame.
Oh,
I thought the same thing, I just.
misinterpreted that sound.
Dates, you gotta say, 'cause you might, as determined by, appropriate by the commission, you might think it's the whole thing, but
Yes.
really, it's just the dates.
It's
So-
the time frame that
Yeah.
we were talking about, not the
Exactly.
whole.
Right, and it,
Okay.
so that, I wrote the same thing down on those.
But you just added,
Or another time frame.
Yeah.
No,
Or
dates as determined most
Oh, okay.
appropriate.
or
by the
dates
commission.
as determined most appropriate by, yes.
Okay.
Anyone have any, before I make that throughout? Okay, so then we go down to.
but these are the three that are unable to reach consensus on, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Before that, I did have this is a question. Was on the education. Are we 100% positive that we agree with everything in Arizona's outreach and education model?
That was mine. I thought maybe we could do the words, or the reword to say like exploring out, additional states outreach and education models as the framework for Idaho. That way we're not exclusively citing Arizona, it's Colorado, Oregon, and so it's exploring other states and outreach.
Wendy, I think there were comments on this that we never talked about. We never addressed any of the comments on this.
No, we
Maybe
didn't,
it's just evidence there.
which is why I was collecting them.
We all said it would be reading, so I'm sure that.
The comments were more youth skills days similar to Region 6 framework. And one says, I really feel we need a more advanced advanced education class when hunters turn 18 to 21.
Do you have the comment sheet on the
Oh.
page though?
Okay, I'm not sure conservation groups fully encompass the stakeholders that Idaho Fish and Game should be partnering with.
That's the one we already addressed.
And someone says, I agree, add additional stakeholders. And then I agree, I would like to say something about added about workshops or educational field days for kids. But these are gonna go to the commission. Does something need to be changed in the recommendation itself?
I don't mind about Arizona because that's who we heard from and they have that huge fair chase initiative. And nothing we have to, it's just
How
exploring
about
that
this?
and it gives them a potential friendly.
How about this?
Yeah. Because
That way we're not pigeonholing ourselves, but we're nodding to Arizona. I like that.
That's better.
Okay.
But we were doing something else a minute ago about education.
That's what we just.
That was it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. I like that word better.
okay, so this is a call for changes that you need to see for you to be able to reach consensus on this package.
Anything else? I think, Dustin, did you have something online, some linguistics thing you wanted to
Yeah.
bring up?
Yeah, it's at, if you scroll to the very top where we are recommending to the commission to use similar ideals as us. The perception that the working group represents all hunters, that just, for the
Yeah.
commission to use that as a possible recommendation seems weird, whether it's just removing the word working group and replacing it with something else, or blending it in with the perception that the recommendations are reasonable and support most Idaho hunters or the majority of Idaho hunters.
It's just a word, it needs to say.
Yeah,
some-
it's just a semantical thing is all that it is.
Huh? I think attempts to, what?
I had a thought on this exact one as well, and that's perception. I think we clearly worked very hard to make sure that this working group represented all Idaho hunters, and we saw today that it encompasses a broad swath of Idaho hunters, and so maybe changing perception to understanding or acknowledging that these recommendations seek to represent all.
Well, but the thing is, this right here is communicating what you want the commission to do going forward.
Yes.
It's really not about the working group
So
anymore.
I don't want them to go forward with perceiving.
Yeah, I agree, but attempt, similar principles to inform future considerations.
Representation of all Idaho.
Yeah. Typing in public is dangerous.
Perfect.
Take out the S. Represent, or one or the other.
Regulations.
Represent.
Hold on.
I think it can just be representation of all Idaho hunters, because we're incorporating rare, shake, ethic, opportunity, technology, representation.
Represents all.
We're not asking the commission to represent.
We're asking them
like we
to
do
consider or something,
just-
isn't it?
representation.
Let me go back to what I was thinking.
Okay.
Look at Ellery go.
Good job.
Well, what I'm here for.
Well, let's go home and use it.
Yeah.
Any other changes that you need
Recommendations.
for you to be able to support this package going forward?
Question, Wendy, for the group, because this is going to the commission and they implement regulations. But this is a recommendation consensus package,
This is the single
correct, so I'm
principal
saying
one.
regulations is the correct term, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because this is in the recommendations,
Okay.
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
Yeah. the top, it's the way you used it for yourselves in the preamble, yeah.
Proposal's a better word, since everything they do goes ultimately through negotiated rulemaking, or no?
I don't know, I'm not sure. Or is it just semantics that we're getting to in the nitty gritty? It's all the roots coming through.
Okay. Last call for changes that you need for you to be able to support this going forward. Let's talk a little bit about support. That means that when the Fish and Game Commission goes out for public comment, you can't show up at the meeting and say, I was part of the working group and I hated this. Okay, it means going forward, you support what this says. Call order, nobody's arm is twisted.
So this will go to them. This 2-page document,
There'll be more to it, such as the preamble.
but this 2 pages is where it will go to.
Yes,
And they will get this as a package of supporting evidence.
and then the presentation that I give that explains all of this will go into the entirety of what was discussed and where things shook out and the things that almost made it and why they didn't quite cross the finish line, the things that you didn't get close and why that was, as well as summarizing the survey, as well as summarizing the result of the public feedback form.
Will you go to this piece,
Which piece?
the very bottom part? Just make sure.
And I will resend this out with the changes.
Awesome. That was
But there needs to be a sentence at the front. Oh, no, it's there.
Transmitting.
No, no.
And dates.
I'll go above night vision,
Yeah, it's okay.
above night vision.
Just scroll.
Yeah. Dates. Gotta add that.
Above night vision.
The top of the page.
We need something there that's. You have this, but agree these to be contentious topics.
I think that a couple of them are really contentious, so I'm fine leaving that word out. We got all but one on the top two, so I don't really think that was contentious. So I'm fine not having that sentence there.
Is that just that
I can
heading, that underlined part enough, reflect richly enough where you landed?
This is not necessarily speaking for me, but I do think if we're unable to reach consensus, by saying you should do something is definitively saying we reach consensus.
Oh, I think maybe it should be, we encourage the commission to consider, give real, give.
say could.
Really
Could be
consideration.
considered.
Yeah.
Weren't we gonna have something there, the basis of the lines?
Yeah.
Consensus?
That will be included in my presentation, yes.
Okay.
But it's still not making sense. These three topics were,
But these three topics.
Yeah, there we
Are
go.
worthy of being considered.
They were all
Maybe
one vote.
considered, could be
Yes,
considered.
could be or maybe.
Would be considered.
Yes.
Includes. Or considering, you just simply put these topics all came within one vote of a consensus.
no. I don't want to pinpoint anybody, so that doesn't seem fair.
No, we have, the vote count will be included in the presentation. This is just the document, right? So the Hunting Advanced Technology Working Group was unable to reach consensus on the below topics, but came close, leave it at that,
But could be considered,
or
But urge they
Due
should.
to public interest, they should be reviewed by the commission. Because these three were pretty high ranked by the public as well. Cameras being almost 50-50 and almost all of Idaho being negative on the other two.
I
So
hear that.
put in that there was a public opinion or a public sense that we were not able to come together as a group with. But the generalized population, it's such a topic that we as a group think that the commissioner needs to look at it. I don't know how to word it.
Dustin, I don't think there's support in the room for what you're proposing. So can you live
Yeah.
with what's on the screen?
Yeah, I can live with it.
Okay.
is everyone in the room okay with what is on the screen?
Okay, I'm gonna call for consensus and I'm looking for affirmation that you support this recommendation going forward.
I recommend.
The package.
Roll call vote. You wanna do a roll call vote, Lindsay?
I'm just gonna go around the room. Is that all right?
And Wendy, just to clarify for everyone on the, watching and the watch the recording, this is for the package as a whole.
Yes,
Everything in this
Yes.
document as it is on the screen
yeah. With the preamble added.
with the preamble.
We have two agrees.
Aye.
Nathan Guy, aye.
Let's do it whatever way we want.
Agreed.
I agree.
Support it.
Support it.
Support.
Wait, we haven't got to you yet.
Agreed.
Okay. Oops, you're not wanting.
Agreed.
Online, we have Jason Top,
Jason Top supports us.
Dustin Webster,
Justin supports.
who am I forgetting now?
Eric.
Doug Pat-
Supports.
and Derek Gapp.
Support.
Hot dang.
I have one really quick question for you. What's his name? Didn't show up. Remind me.
Kevin Rogers.
Kevin Rogers is not here. We got a hold of him this morning. He evidently did not have this on his calendar and was not able to join us. I would propose that we reach out and ask him if he wants to be included in the final. We're not asking whether he can approve it or not. Because if he disapproves, we're up and approve, right? So I asked him whether he wants to be listed as somebody that supported it. If he says no, we don't include him. Is that all right with everyone?
And we still have.
Right, he wasn't present. Okay,
No, but he called out of that one, he had an emergency, surgery.
I just don't wanna let it go forward on the presumption that he's in support without asking him if he is.
We can ask if he's willing to sign on to it as is, and if he's not, then we'll say that we reach consensus with 22.
I think we're down to the wahoo. What an amazing amount of work you've accomplished together.
Yes. I just wanna, again, say to everyone, thank you for this process. It's not easy. I know it was frustrating at times. I know this didn't go far enough for some. I know that this might have gone a little too far for others. But, this is not the end all be all. This is a step in the process of a long process and a process that the fishing game and the commission is going to be addressing into the future forever, because it's never gonna stop. So you are the trailblazers in this, and there will be others that will come after you. But I think you all have set a wonderful example of how to take these touchy, hot topics that impact very, very passionate members of Idaho and try and find a workable path forward for everybody. So thank you for that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your commitment to the process. Thank you to your families for letting you all come down here and be part of these. It's not easy. So just thank you, and thank you to Wendy for leading us through that. We very much appreciate you.
You guys did the hard work.
And thank you to Greg and to Toby for sitting in on these and being participatory in this. Their insight obviously is instrumental in all of this. So again, just thank you, and I just, Commissioner, if you want to say anything.
I would just echo exactly what you said, Ellery. Just sitting in what little bit I did and watching a few of the videos on the YouTube, an amazing amount of work and really, really difficult stuff you guys have accomplished here. I know I can speak on behalf of the commission by saying thank you very much for what you've done. There is an immense amount of work that has gone forward. You're all highly intelligent people, I can see that, and you're very passionate, and I think that's exactly what we wanted from this group. Applaud the department for going forward and facilitating this with Wendy, and just thank you, appreciate it.